How about now? All right. Hey, everybody. How's it going? I'm Ian, the author of the website Tech Interview Guide. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, audio is going to sound okay tonight. Let me know if you hear any buzzing or humming. Been having a lot of hardware issues. I'm at the point where I'm ready to like reformat my whole computer and reinstall like everything because it's ticking me off. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, so we're going to do sounds okay so far. Good. Thanks, X. Good to see you in chat. Yeah, trying all kinds of different stuff here between hardware and so on. Hello there. My hello there is not working, so I'll do a
hello there.
Hello there. Yeah, I've just had hardware issue after hardware issue. My microphone wasn't working this morning. I was on a live stream for work and it kept cutting in and out. I was trying to use the new lavalier microphone and it was humming and buzzing like crazy, so I swapped to using the usual one that I have here. It's a Blue Yeti, and it was better, but then it kept cutting in and out. So I can't win with this thing. I've been trying all kinds of different hardware and different kinds of things, like little dongles like this. It's supposed to turn this lavalier mic into a USB device, and that didn't work. Bought a USB card, put that in the machine, that didn't work. Just one thing after another. I'm getting tired of dealing with this hardware issues. I just want this to work. Why can't it just work? But I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, I thought I'd do, so last time I streamed, I wanted to do a whole bunch of anonymous questions from Discord, and a whole bunch of people came by and asked really good questions, and so we kind of diverted attention, which is totally okay. That's why I'm here. C-Films, good to see you. It was nice to hang out in your stream the other day. And look along on your JavaScript. Hopefully you got your logic thing figured out with your little trivia game. So I was hanging out on C-Film's stream, so go give C-Stream a follow. Learning how to do some programming and things like that. So pretty good stream as far as like watching code and things like that, and trying to see like how logic works within the code. So hope the replit that I gave you was helpful, at least for guiding you to an answer there. Yeah, so I thought I would do some anonymous questions out of Discord, but then a whole bunch of folks came by and gave a whole bunch of questions. So we got kind of diverted and so on. And then I realized afterwards I didn't actually snip any of them as clippets. Snip any of them as clips. I'm thinking snippets and clips and whatever, getting those words all mixed up. And then been trying to 3D print like crazy, and yeah, good times. But hey, if any of you follow me on Twitter, then you'll know that I've got one of our major giveaways ready to go for the 3D printed giveaway. I have Mr. Deadpool now in full color. So this is going to be one of our monthly giveaways. So I basically took this one and supersized it. So this is 100%. This is the usual size bust of Deadpool. And I basically supersized it and went in and digitally colored it. And so you get all the different colors. So basically it's got 7 different colors. It's got green on the base, red, black. It's a really, really light gray here and for the card. And then I switched to a bright white for the collar and his eyeballs. And then I switched the sword handles to be kind of this Batman gray blue sort of color. So this is all 3D printed. This took 4 days to print, and it weighs about half a kilogram. And a kilogram there's 2.2 pounds in a kilogram. So this is about a pound, just over a pound of filament right here. 1 pound, 2 ounces of filament or something like that, I think I measured. So this is going to be one of our giveaways. One of them. Yeah, it took 4 days to print. That's why I couldn't show you what was printing on the Bamboo. But this is going to be one of our giveaways. So definitely want to get on the giveaway. So you can do !giveaway, and we'll get you in for like the daily 3D printed. I made like a little X-wing fighter. And there's like what's this one? That's the B-wing fighter, and then there's the A-wing fighter, and of course we got all the Star Trek types of stuff. So we got Deep Space Nine and Enterprise and stuff like that. I actually assembled one of the Enterprise kits. So this is what the Enterprise looks like when you get it all built and taken apart and put together. So I've got lots of these things to ship out to folks, and I'm hoping to do the first mailings this week. But this is going to be one of our monthly giveaways. So I was really, really proud of how this turned out. Like, it turned out super, super clean. Really proud of this as a 3D print. There are some lessons learned and things I would do a little bit better. Like, I tried to do a bunch of digital painting on the grenade, and some of it came out pretty nice. Like on this side, it looks pretty nice, but when you get around here, the little white bit that's like inside the chest here is actually, it looks a little off. But unless you really look close at it, like, you're not really going to notice that much. But overall, really, really great detail on this. So I used some really, really fun filaments on this. We've got a Paramount Iron Red. The blue is just Overture PLA. The silver, I think, was a Filament 1, light gray. The tan is Polyterra, Polymaker Polyterra, like Earth Tone or something. I forget what the actual name is. This is Prusament Gentleman's Blue or Gentleman's Gray, one of the two. And then I went with the Bamboo White for his eyes and the collar. So yeah, 7 colors total on this out of the bamboo, which is only supposed to do 4. So basically, with very careful timing, I basically colored the base of this white. And so as soon as the base stopped printing around here, I yanked out the green filament, changed it out, put in the gray filament, get the gray buckles. And then once it got past the grenade, I swapped the gray for bright white. And then once the brown finished up here, I swapped out the brown. And I only had a tiny bit of time between finishing the brown and pulling that out and putting the blue in for the sword handles. If I were going to do it again, I'd probably, like, there's little rivets on the sword. I would probably do those in the white to kind of like go with the eyeball and be like a nice accent color. And I've got a second bamboo coming with an AMS, and that would give me a total of 8 colors, in which case I might do like a dark silver for the buckles and do a dark silver on this buckle on the front. Maybe do the light brown on the strap, but a darker brown for the pouch. Like, I can have some fun with multicolor now. So that's going to be one of our giveaways. I wanted to share that with everybody tonight. That's going to be, thought that would be a nice surprise to kind of drop on everybody. So anyway, got a whole bunch of photos up on Twitter, and as well as a time-lapse video of it being printed. And then I posted a whole bunch of photos on the official Bamboo. My Bamboo's failing. Excuse me. All right, so the Bamboo has actually been a really great printer. Today I got the official Bamboo textured sheet, and it is not working well. I'm on the 3rd print now that has completely failed. It's just not sticking to the textured plate. So anyway, but yeah, that's my life in a nutshell. So we'll what did you clear on there? A little prompt thing. Okay. So yeah. So I need to figure out how to use the textured plate. The flat or the smooth plate that comes with it is just a sticker on a metal plate, and when it wears out, it's meant to be a replaceable thing on the printer. That works fine. Put some glue stick on there, it works great. But I wanted to try the textured one because it gives a bit of texture to whatever it is you're printing. Plus, you're supposedly not. You don't have to have glue stick on there as a release agent because the textured surface kind of hangs onto the plastic as you print. Anyway, we'll get all that figured out at some point. Not a priority for tonight. Tonight it's all about streaming. So, how's my office chair? I love the office chair. So I've got the was it the Secret Lab? Yeah, it's a Secret Lab chair. Very comfy. It was a little spendy, but very, very comfy from an ergonomic point of view. I love the head pillow because it fits right in the crook of my neck, and it kind of reminds me to sit back and like put my head against this so I'm not like hunched over all the time. And then there's a nice lumbar thing on it. But the chair itself is a lot firmer than most people like for an office chair, but it's actually really, really handy. And yeah, it's a sit-stand desk. where to get the desk from. I think it's autonomous. So it's a big L-shaped desk. So you can't really see it, but like the desk this way is about 4 feet or so, and then this way is like another 3 feet or so on top of that. So it makes a big L-shaped desk. It's extremely heavy. The desk itself is extremely heavy. I put it together myself and regret doing it myself. I actually hurt my shoulder doing it. Tore out my rotator cuff really bad, and it got worse and worse, and I ended up needing surgery on my shoulder. I think partly because I was trying to like lift this thing and hold it and like put screws in and stuff. So if you do get the autonomous desk, please know it weighs well over 200 pounds. It's probably a 250-pound desk with all the motors and the big steel legs and the whole bit. But it is solid. Like once you get the thing built, like it's a really nice desk. Just be really careful with the surface. The surface scratches extremely easily, but yeah, I love this desk. It was a really, really good investment for sure. Greetings from Argentina. Good to see you as well. Norma Citron. I call you Norma, is that okay? Thanks for dropping by, first time chat. Good to see you. X said I made the same mistake with mine. Yeah, it's tough for sure. Like when you're assembling big furniture by yourself. I probably didn't have to do it alone, but I just got into building mode late at night, and next thing I know, it's like 2 in the morning, and everyone else in the house is asleep, and I couldn't like yell and scream to wake somebody up to help me with it. Meanwhile, I'm like trying to flip it upside down on my own. And yeah, it was a dumb thing to do. It was a dumb thing to do. The chair though, the chair is also like really heavy and really sturdy, and I love it. It's probably the best chair I've had. I know a lot of people like to get, was it the Herman Miller chair or something like that, but I love this one from Secret Lab. It was recommended to me by someone that I worked with at the school where I was a teacher, and he told me too, like the chair's a lot firmer than you think it's going to be, and the first long while that you sit in, you're like, why did I get such an uncomfortable chair? Now that I've had it for a year and a half, it's extremely comfortable to sit in. But it took a while. It took a while for sure. C-Film says, I'm still looking for a job. How are my coding skills? So C-Film's like, I've been trying to connect with you. If you can send me a calendar invite, I will absolutely meet you online. You got to send me a calendar invite though, and I'll make some time for you. I'm free most of tomorrow. I've got one meeting in the morning. But aside from that, aside from work, I'm available to do like a Google Hangout or something like that, but you have to send me a calendar invite. For that. So I sent you my work address. If you want to connect with me, you can send me a work calendar invite. I'm available Friday and Monday Monday afternoon I'm free. Monday morning I'm booked. Monday afternoon I've got time, and then Tuesday through Friday I'm traveling, so I will not be around Tuesday through Friday next week. How do you send a calendar invite? So Natasha, so this was specific with C-Films. If you want to send me a message about like what you'd like to chat with, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. And we can chat a little bit there. I just have to be protective of my time. I can't volunteer my time for like everybody that comes by the stream. It doesn't mean that I don't want to help, but I do have like regular full-time work duties and things like that. So I have to make sure that I budget my time, and I've only got so much time during the day that I can help other people out, because I got to get my job done. Otherwise, I don't get paid. I don't want to lose my job. As much as I want to help you all, I don't want to lose my job. So yeah, if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, we can absolutely chat over LinkedIn, see what it is I can help you out with. But the whole purpose of my stream is to help people out. So if you got questions, drop those questions in chat. If you'd like to ask something anonymous, you're welcome to ask anonymously. And what I've got here in this link that you just see posted over here is, if you send a whisper to my chat bot, it'll show up as an anonymous question. So if you feel more comfortable asking a question where your name doesn't show up, feel free to just send a whisper over the bot, and it should show up in chat saying anonymous message. And if it's too long, it'll just print something in chat saying somebody tried to send an anonymous question, but it was too long. It just means you have to write something a little bit shorter and then send it again. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. I missed a few things in chat here. X90 says, I replaced the surface with an IKEA countertop after mine was lost in the move. Oh, that stinks. So that's actually one of the things that I did with these desks. So this black leg that you see right here is actually a set of plastic legs that you can buy off of Amazon, and you just buy 2x4s. And so you can make the desk as wide and as deep as you want to. And then whether you put the middle tier in there or not is up to you, but it's a fixed height, so it doesn't go up and down. But then you can put any countertop you want on it. And so this one I sized for an old bamboo desktop that I grabbed off a previous employer that they were literally throwing them in the trash. I'm like, this is a beautiful piece of wood. I'm going to take it home. And so I took it home and I built one of these desks. And the workbench that you see over here is the same set of legs, but I made it much longer and a little bit wider. And that's what I have the 3D printers mounted on. And I actually got an IKEA countertop from IKEA and measured everything out so that fit perfectly in there as well. And they're extremely heavy and sturdy. Like once you build that out with 2x4s, like it takes 2 people to move that for sure. And that's the type of furniture that you either leave with the house when you move, or you spend a lot of time disassembling and like putting back together again later. But I love these workbenches. These workbenches are fantastic. But I also really like my sit-stand desk for sure. Let's see, what else did I miss? I know you've done... So Extreme Dude is saying, hi, I know you've done one for me before, but can I get a resume review this stream? Yeah. So send them over if you want to do a resume review. That was one of the things that we were going to get to tonight. Unfortunately, my browsers started crashing. I started having hardware issues, and so I actually shut down all my browsers. But I will be firing up the browsers again. We're going to do a whole bunch of resume reviews tonight. So use the link I just pasted in chat over here. Sorry, chat used to be on this side. I'm used to like pointing over here. Over here in the chat, you'll see a link for the resume review, or if you're watching on Twitch, you'll see it in the regular chat stream. Go ahead and click on that, and it'll give you all the instructions you need. I do ask that you anonymize, at a minimum, anonymize your phone number and your email address, and then send me over your resume, and then I will review it on stream. So we're going to go through as many resumes as I have. I think I've got 4 or 5. I think that we're going to go through, or I think one of them sent multiple times. So C-Films, I think the resume you sent me, I think I got 3 copies of it. So I'm just going to grab whatever the last one was that you sent, because I don't know if you intended to send like 3 different ones, or if you just hit send a bunch of times, I'm not sure. So I'm just going to review the last one that you sent me. But if anybody else wants a resume review, absolutely use that link, send it over. I'll give everyone a couple of minutes before I get started, because I got to fire up the browsers and get logged into my email and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll definitely do a whole bunch of resume reviews tonight. So send those over, and I'll do it right now on the stream. Sure. Let's see, what else? What else did I miss? You submitted yours last week. Hopefully they'll get to it. Yeah. So if you gave it to me last week, then it's already in the queue to do tonight. Car says, good to see you. Saw me over on Leon's stream. Yeah. I like hanging out on Leon's stream. I really appreciate the 100 Devs group and stuff like that. I love to just kind of lurk in their chat and help from time to time. I really wish I could get back on their Discord. I've been asking to be unbanned from their Discord for a while, and I've had no response from them whatsoever. If anybody here is in 100 Devs and you can like ping some admins and say like, hey, this Ian guy's got a lot of advice and he'd really like to help people out, can you please get unbanned? I would appreciate it, because I sent in 2 unbanned requests and I didn't get any response. I didn't get a no, but I also didn't get unbanned. Like it just went off into a black hole somewhere. So I would really like to get unbanned. I've tried pinging Leon on Twitter and also got 0 response. Like not even an acknowledgement that he got the message. So I don't know if I did something to really tick them off, but I really want to help people out, especially on the career side of it. So yeah, if anybody knows anybody over there that could help me get unbanned, I would appreciate it. I think I hit send more than one time for the same resume. Okay, cool. Well, like I said, I'll review the last one you sent in. Robo also said, could I access the resume template you've shown before? There is a resume sample? Yeah, so Bang resume sample. So you can go check out the Google link over here. This is a sample that I kind of show, like, here's a little chunk that you can grab for your project, or here's how you can kind of group up your tech skills. Again, this is how I format my resumes. You don't have to format yours that way. As we go through the resume reviews tonight, I'll give you kind of generalized advice on what I like about resumes, what I like to see on a resume. And for those that haven't been to my stream before, let me explain. I've been in the tech industry for 26 years. I've done most conceivable, like, developer-based types of roles. I've been an architect, I've been in DevOps, I've done DBA duties, I've been a programmer for front-end, back-end, full-stack, desktop, mobile. I've also been down the management track. I've been an engineering manager, I've been a director of engineering twice. So I've held like 2 or 3 management roles. I've been a director twice. I've been a director of engineering once, and then the second director role, I was a director of internal, like developer education or something like that. Where basically the people that we hired, I was building curriculum to help train them on gaps in their knowledge, and now I'm doing developer advocacy for a company called Postman. So if anybody in 100 Devs is using Postman for testing out APIs, I work for that company. It's actually the orange T-shirt that I've got on right now. So I'd love to help people out with Postman and how to use Postman, to full effect and so on. Yeah, so send me over your resumes. I'll definitely go through and review those. And so when I review resumes on the stream, I always start with kind of a saying, a little funny. You've probably heard a more crude version of it, but I like to say opinions are like armpits. Everybody's got a couple and some of them smell. You don't have to follow my advice. I say that a lot on the stream. Don't ever just listen to my advice. You have to listen to lots of opinions from a lot of people. That's the best way that you're going to get a chance to form your own opinion, because you want to form your own opinion. You don't want to just follow somebody else's advice blindly. You have to follow your own sort of journey and figure out for yourself how you want to do something. So don't ever just follow one person's advice on this is how to build a resume, this is how to apply for a job, this is how to write a cover letter, this is how to do whatever. Don't ever follow just one person's advice. You need to listen to lots of advice so that you can form your own opinion on, okay, I like this bit of advice about this part of the resume, I like this bit of advice about this part of the resume, and now I'm just going to go build my own resume based on that. So the reviews that I'm about to get into, it's my take on what I like about your resume, like what stands out to me, what do I think needs improvement, but it doesn't mean you have to change everything about your resume just based on my own opinion. But if you send your resume out to other people, other mentors, other people that are in the industry and say, hey, could I get a resume review from you and just tell me like 1 or 2 things that you really like and 1 or 2 things that I could change? Just ask them for, or even like one of each. What's one thing that stands out I do really well? What's one thing that you would improve about my resume? Reach out to a lot of people and get lots of those bits of advice, and then figure out from there, okay, how do I incorporate all of this advice into a resume that I want to make, that I want to send out and apply to companies? Yeah, while we're doing all this, absolutely do exclamation point giveaway. We'll be doing the giveaway for the 3D printed stuff. I've got Star Wars, Star Trek. I've got toys and holiday ornaments and things like that we'll be sending out. I'm doing the first mailing this weekend. And so I'm going to be boxing everything up in the cardboard mailers, and I'm going to be sending them out this weekend. I've got other stuff that I literally have to box up to send to other people. So I'm going to try and package all that up tomorrow night so that I can hit the post office first thing Saturday, get them all sent out, and I'll send everybody tracking info. So I've got a little over 2 weeks worth of giveaways to kind of bundle up and put together. And I definitely want to get those out this weekend because I'm offline. I'm out of town. I'm not going to be around to mail them out next week because I'm leaving early Tuesday morning. By the way, I didn't tell you, Tuesday morning, hey, 11-year-old, Tuesday morning, our flight is at like 7 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. So we're going to be getting up like ridiculous o'clock to like Uber down to the airport and stuff. So just FYI. So yeah, I'm going to be out of town for several days. And so if I don't send it out Saturday or Monday, it's going to wait until the following weekend when I get back. The good news is I'm not going to Vegas the following week. I thought I was going to be like immediately literally come home, do laundry, and immediately go back to the airport and fly back to Vegas. But that trip is not happening. So I'm going to get a bit of a breather. So if I don't send it out this weekend, it's going to wait a whole week before I get a chance to mail anything else out. All right, so let me go pull up my emails and get all the resumes and stuff that we're going to review. So definitely do exclamation point giveaway. This will be your chance. Tico, good to see you as well. Thanks for the first time chat. Thanks for sending in a resume. So yeah, I'm going to be sending all those out. I'm just going to go take a couple of minutes and I'm just going to download all these resumes and I'm just going to do them in like a random-ish order. I'm just going to download all the PDFs and I'm just going to open them up in a browser. I'll share that and go from there. Extreme Dude asks, are you heading over to the Kitchener? No, I'm staying within the United States. I don't yet have a plan to get back up to Kitchener-Waterloo area, but if I do, I'll let you know. My family's up there. So if I do get a chance to go up and see family, I will definitely reach out and let you know. Extreme dude, I'll have to grab a coffee or something. Let me do this. Okay. All right, so here's resume number 1. So some of these are going to have context. Some of them will not have context. That's the same one. Okay. Let me open that up. The tab. And then where's the next one? Here's the next one. And I'm going to call this one 2. All right, let me pull some browser windows around here so that I keep these in order. So that's resume 1, that's resume 2, and then number 3. We'll see films. Yours is going to be resume number 3. I'm missing a bunch. I had a whole bunch of other resumes. At the moment, I cannot find them. Oh no, this was just another one that they sent in like a bunch of times. Okay, that's why I thought I had a whole bunch of extras. Okay, so we are going to go through a whole bunch. Oops, got another one. Okay, cool, so we got another one in. Let me open that one in another tab. All right, so we've got 5 resumes to go through. So let me get these opened up over here. I've got my notes ready to go. Let me go open. Resume number 1, 2, 3, 4. Resume number 5. All right, so we got 5 resumes to go through. So what I'm going to do is you'll see some stuff happening over here in chat that basically it's me making a little video clip. And so if you go check out my YouTube channel here, you'll see a whole bunch of playlists. And one of the playlists is resume reviews. And so what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be clipping out each of your individual resume reviews, and I'm going to be uploading those separately on YouTube. So I always try to put my full Twitch episode up on YouTube, but each of these resume reviews is also going to be a separate, smaller video. And so you don't have to sit through the whole session just to go back and review the advice that I'm giving you on your resume. So you'll always be able to go back to YouTube. So just ignore what it says over here where like Ian's not paying attention to chat and stuff like that, because if I'm looking at your resume, I'm going to be interacting with you in chat. So don't worry too much about that. So I'm just going to dive in. So you'll see like clips starting and stopping over here, and that's just me setting markers because I've got some automated software that's going to go through and like process those videos so that I can get those up on YouTube, usually within an hour or so of finishing the stream tonight. And then once we finish up, we'll rate out. But you know, we'll be streaming. And if you got other questions along the way, absolutely drop questions. One of the other things that I want to build, probably in my chatbot, is a way for people to queue up a question. And so if you have a question that you want to ask, I want to make like a question queue where I can like run a command or something, and it'll just like show me somewhere here on the screen what the latest questions are that have been asked that I need to answer. And I might give like my VIPs access, actually add questions to the queue, because if I miss them in chat, I absolutely want to answer every question I possibly can. But if I get like an enormous raid, then, obviously I'm going to miss stuff. And so I would rely on like mods or VIPs or whatever to basically queue up the questions for me. And so I want to build that into the chatbot, some way to say like, hey, I've got a question that I want to ask, where you don't have to like highlight the message in order for me to see it as it goes by. So yeah, I could use Slido for that. I would rather not use a third party kind of thing, but I've used a handful of those things in the past, but I really want to build stuff into my own chatbot for that sort of thing as much as possible. I've seen people do like Google Forms and then they just pull up a spreadsheet and they kind of read through the answers. But I would rather just have something here where I can just do like bang queue and it'll give me the next question out of the queue kind of thing. And so y'all can just add your questions in there and I just do exclamation point Q or something like that. Like literally I would just do the letter Q and then it'll like tell me like this was the next question. It was asked by C Films or whatever and like requote your question for me. So that's where I want to get to. That's going to be the next thing that I build into the chatbot. So alrighty, so let's dive in. Like I said, I'm going to be starting clips and stuff, so just ignore some of the stuff that you're going to see over here in chat as I go through and do that. But if you've got questions, definitely ask. And if you've got experience with resumes and you want to provide your own input on the resume that we're looking at, please, by all means, down here, add your own supportive ideas and perspectives in chat at any time. This is why we're here as a community. We're all here to help each other learn and grow and share our knowledge with one another. That's my whole catchphrase for the stream, is share what you know and we all win. So if you're in chat and you've got ideas about a resume, like, hey, what if you tried this or that? Absolutely, please put those in chat as well. Just please be supportive, right? Don't be like, this resume is trash, because that doesn't help anybody. So be helpful, be supportive. That's why we're here. And definitely do exclamation point giveaway. Because after the first couple of resumes, I'm going to do a giveaway, and then I'll do a couple more after the last couple of resumes. So we definitely want to get in there. We've only got 4 entries. There's 17 people in chat right now, and only 4 of you have entered the giveaway. So please, by all means, enter the giveaway. I got lots of these like cool 3D printed things to give away. So definitely get in on the giveaway. Take advantage of that, and you'll get to choose what kind of gift you would like for the giveaway. Definitely get in on it. And every entry that you do on one of these streams gives you an entry into the monthly giveaway, one of which has Mr. Deadpool as a prize. So this is a 3D printed Deadpool that I made over the last couple of days, and this is one of the giveaways. So if you're big into Deadpool like me, I'm like a huge Deadpool nut. I'm actually going to be sad to give this away, I'll be honest, because it took a long time, and it's I cleaned it up and took really good care of Mr. Deadpool here. But this is going to be one of the giveaways. It won't be the only giveaway, but it's one of them. It's the one I'm most proud of. So definitely want to get in on the giveaway for sure. So exclamation point giveaway. That's one of the potential gifts that you'll get. And so the very first stream that we do, it'll be Tuesday, November 1st. That night, we're just doing like the big monthly giveaway prizes. And so that'll be the night you definitely want to come back, because you'll need to be in chat to claim your prize. If I draw your name, you've got to be in chat. So you have to be here Tuesday, November 1st. You will need to be present in chat in order to claim your prize or claim your gift. You will need to be here, because I have to get your got a Deadpool Forever person in chat. Hi, how's it going? Did you see Mr. Deadpool? This is one of the giveaway things that I'm doing on the stream. So if you're as much a Deadpool fan as you claim to be, then you definitely want to do exclamation point giveaway. Got all the instructions right here on the screen. So do bang giveaway. We're going to be doing the daily giveaways, and it's going to be for like smaller 3D printed toys. But every entry that you can buy the stream and hang out on one of these streams and do bang giveaway, you're going to get an entry for the monthly giveaway, and the Deadpool is one of the monthly giveaway prizes. That's why you clicked on it. All right, perfect timing. All right. Cool. Well, we're going to dive in. We're going to do some resume reviews. So we've got 5 resumes to go through. I think once I get through the first 3, I'm going to draw one giveaway recipient. When I get through the other 2, I'll draw another one. So we'll see what happens. If you've got really good questions, and I see a lot of good hype and stuff in chat, Might do a third one. All right, so we'll have some fun with it tonight. Got a lot of these things kind of 3D printed. I'd love to give away. We've got Star Wars, Star Trek. We got holiday things. We got cool little toys like catapults. These are all 3D printed. Really good for flinging treats for, if you've got like a pet, stick a little bit of kibble in here and like go fling it across the room for your pet. Riker loves this thing. Break up little cookies and like fling it across the room. They'll fly like a good 15, 20 feet. And it's all 3D printed. So I will package these things up and I'll send them your way. So you got to get in on that giveaway. So exclamation point giveaway. You do need to be a follower to enter the giveaway, but you don't need to be a subscriber or anything like that. But I do ask that you follow. Cool. All right. And then just bang help if you're looking for the commands that you can run. So bang help will give you all of the things. So Madeline of Rivia, a great Madeline of Rivia. Cool. I'm guessing you're a fan of the Witcher series. I watched the first season. The first season was pretty great. I haven't watched any of the rest of the Witcher series, but don't spoil it for me. I do want to get back to it. All right, let's get into some resume reviews, shall we? Go over to this screen, and I will need to. Oh, there's the browser. We're all set to go. All right, so I'm going to start a clip, and then we'll get into it from here. All right, first resume review that we're going to get to. So the only thing that I asked is that you anonymize your email address and your phone number on these resumes. So this is the first one that we're going to take a look at. So let me go get the context of what they sent in with the submission. By the way, if you want to get in on the submission, I'll put this in chat for you again. You can send your resume over to this link, techinterview.guide/resume review. And if you want to see a sample of resumes, I do have a resume sample, that you can do. And there's a Google Doc here that you can go check out. It's open access. You can just go grab whatever bits out of that you like. But it's kind of a sample resume. I believe it's this Google Doc. Yep. And so these are just, this isn't a full resume, of course, but it'll give you an idea of like, here's how you could do your contact information. Here's how you could do your skills block. Here's how you can talk about experience. Here's how you could build projects. Now, it doesn't have to be in this order. I'll be going through that as part of the resume review, but it'll give you an idea of like kind of a straightforward way that you can sort of present this stuff. So let's dive in on this first resume review. This one came in from Bob Bobbins. It's a great name. This is a fake LinkedIn. That's fantastic. This is also a fake email. This is a fake email at duck.com. All right, cool. So let's take a look at this one, and I'll read off kind of the note. I'll summarize this a little bit. It said, I was recommended to do this by a fellow classmate from my boot camp. After graduating, I interned for about 4 months. Soon after, landed a contract role, and I've been there for the better part of 9 months. The current company I'm working out at was very transparent with me recently, told me that given our size, they would not be able to afford my services past February of 2023. With that, I'm back on the job hunt. I'd like to know what you would keep or get rid of on the resume or add to the current resume. All feedback is appreciated. I listen to your podcast, appreciate all that you're doing. Cheers. Awesome. Well, I appreciate that you're listening to the podcast. I've also got an audio version of the questions and stuff that I snip out. You can go find all that on the website. Or I think you can do !podcast, and it'll give you just the audio-based podcast. If you want to go listen to the Q&A stuff, you can go subscribe to that, and you can listen to all the old episodes where I talk about behavioral questions and just general Q&A and stuff. All right, so let's get in on the resume. First thing I like to do on here is I like to zoom out and kind of get a sense of how are you using the space on the page. The first thing that stands out is your skills block is way down here at the bottom, and you're doing kind of this multi-column thing where each term is centered within each of their columns. The whole layout of this, honestly, to me looks a little messy because you've got things that are kind of all over the page, and it's kind of drawing my eye kind of in a zigzag motion. If we kind of see what's happening here. So our eyes as readers are drawn to empty space on a page. And so I'm looking at all of this, and you're kind of drawing my eye down this empty path here where all of this empty space is in between these phrases. So like I'm going to try and read some of this, but it's actually drawing my eye out into this empty area and then back around here. And so I'm actually going to be missing a lot of content on the page because you're basically drawing my eye in an arc across the page this way. Now, as a hiring manager, the first thing I need to see on a resume is how are you relevant to the job post for which you've applied for a job? In my case, as a hiring manager, the first thing I want to know is, do you have the skills that I'm looking for? Well, I got to look through the entire page here to get down to your skills block. And I will zoom in on this in a moment. But when I look at this, like at really zoomed out, I like to kind of see, like, are you using the space in a good way? Now, most hiring managers won't, but subconsciously they're going to look at this and go, this looks weird. And they're more likely to pass on it unless it's like, oh, I can easily find what I'm looking for on the page. So that's the first thing I would mention here. All right, so zooming in, let's take a look at it. So in this case, this person's got some experience. They're at a contract role. They know they're going to be there until February, but they're going to be cut off in February. So they're doing a remote job, doing another remote job with company names and so on. So this person did a really good job anonymizing things. What I would probably start with is changing all these months to just a 3-letter month and just do like JAN and do AUG for August and NOV for November. Just that way, all of the dates are going to be approximately the same width. Now, the present is going to be a little bit wider, maybe, but that way, all of the dates are going to look kind of the same width instead of like you've got remote January 2020, and then it gets wider for the August 2021, and then it gets really skinny because on this job, you only give me the years. And we'll talk about that. And then you go back to months and years, and then you go back to just years, but this date isn't pushed up against that right margin. So again, your formatting is inconsistent here. So as much as possible, you want your resume to be easy to read, but you need to make it really easy for me to find the information I'm looking for the job that I'm posting. So the first thing I would say is get this skills block up to the very top. You want that to be the first thing that somebody reading the resume reads. In newspaper terms, if anybody sees like a physical newspaper, there's a term that we call above the fold. And how above the fold works, I'm just going to use my notebook here as an example. If this is the newspaper, when they fold it and they present it, you only see half of that newspaper. You don't see what's on the bottom half of that page. But if you were to unfold the whole thing, like this would be the whole front page. But when it's folded up like this, what's on that front page is like the most eye-grabbing, attention-grabbing headline, and like the first part of the photo they want you to see, and like all the really important like headline bits along the top that they really want you to know, like this is the most important reason. This is why you need to pick up this newspaper and buy this newspaper. What's on the bottom half is also important, but not as important as what happens above the fold. Well, on the resume, it's the same thing. Except on a resume, above the fold is basically the first screen of text that I see before I have to scroll down on the page. We use the same terminology when we build web pages. Anything above that first page, like when they land on that page, anything they see before they have to start scrolling down is what we call above the fold. And that's the best place to put things to really grab someone's attention. So I like to see skills right at the very top because I want to see in a hurry, are you relevant to this job? So that would be my first piece of advice. And we'll get into how to format that later on. But I would love to see the skills block first. Otherwise, we're jumping in here. You're a software engineer at a company. You've developed new features, tested coverage to ensure no breaking changes were introduced. Okay. This part here is a little bit redundant because as a software engineer, I really hope that you're not introducing breaking changes into my software. So this is almost not worth saying because it kind of reflects a bit of a negativity on the page where you're like, oh yeah, I don't want anybody doing that. At the same time, you do want people to read the resume and go, I want this person to come to my company and do that. But when it comes to like, I make sure that nothing breaks in the software that I write. It's like, well, that's an expectation of the job. So you don't really need to draw attention to that. Saying that you develop new features and you test, you've got good test coverage, that's good. I would probably quantify that a little bit. How many new features have you made? How much test coverage have you added? What was the impact of that? So tell me the impact of doing the thing. Telling me that you did the thing, that's great. Telling me the impact of doing that thing. Like, I added these new features and we had 50% more signups. Or I added some test coverage and fixed 25% of the bugs in our system and sped things up by 20%. You can get those percentages from people on the team. Like if you're new in the industry, people on your team can help you find those kinds of statistics. You want to use a tool called a profiler, where you can basically say, okay, before I made the change, this is how fast it ran. Now that I made that change, this is how fast it runs now. And you can kind of get a relative timing and say, okay, well, it used to take, 1.2 seconds and now it takes 0.4 seconds. So I reduced the time by 66%. So those are really good statistics to put on a resume as a developer. If you can't get those, that's fine. You can still use what we've got on here as far as like telling me what you did. But if you can tell me the impact of what you did, like how did that change the company? How did that make things better for the company? That's where you're kind of pulling on the psychology of the reader, where they think, oh, I need Bob Bobbins to come to my company and do that. Like, I really want to talk to them about doing that here. Or, wow, I want to get them on the phone and talk to them about how they did that. Like, how did they speed that thing up by 100x? Like, is that legit? Like, I need to get them on the phone and find out how they refactored that to speed it up so much. So you want to like really play on that emotion a little bit. The other thing that I noticed as I'm kind of looking through this is there's not a lot of empty space between these jobs. All of these jobs are like really crammed together. As much as possible, you want to try to have like a little bit more blank space between these two lines. Just that way, like each job kind of stands out or is a little bit separated from each other. Because right now the line spacing on all of this feels like it's all the same kind of thing. And you are using a slightly larger size font here, but not significantly so that it really stands out. And it makes it a little bit easier if you kind of chunk things up. If you like open a book and you see like you've got a paragraph and then a blank line and then a paragraph and then a blank line, it helps our brain sort of like break things up into these sort of bundles or packages of information. Debugged open issues, wrote fixes, and created GitHub pull requests. Okay, so you already told me some of that by doing this. Like you develop new features, and so you're debugging open things, you're writing fixes, and so on. They're kind of the same. I mean, it's all part of being a software engineer. But I think you could probably combine both of these together in a single bullet point where you said develop new features, fixed bugs, added test coverage using GitHub flow, like workflow. And I think you could probably get that all in one line. So that'll save you a little bit of space on here. Manually reviewed all application functionality for every new release. Well, then why did you write tests if you're manually reviewing everything? To me as a hiring manager, I'm like, okay, but you wrote tests and yet you're manually testing everything. So on one case, it's like, okay, good, you're doing user testing and making sure that it works, but that also tells me that you're probably spending a significant amount of time actually going through and manually checking all these things, when that's why we write automated tests, so that we don't have to do that manually. So calling out that you manually reviewed all of this, to me actually stands out as a negative. And I probably wouldn't phrase it this way. You could say like utilized some user testing, for functionality for every new release. Now, granted, you're doing this on a mobile device or potentially on mobile devices, but you can do automated testing where it's pulling up emulators for Android and iOS and figuring out how to do that automated testing against a mobile device. Again, you're going to make the company better because you're not manually there on your phone downloading the app and testing out those features. You can automate that stuff. So if you can figure out how to automate that between now and February, that would look much, much better on a resume. In the meantime, just saying that you're manually double checking things, I think would be good. I think maybe just rephrase it a little bit. Like instead of manually reviewing all application functionality, I might phrase it like double checked functionality after release on Android and iOS or something like that. That lets me know that you're doing a little bit of user testing, but the way that you've worded it here, I reviewed all application functionality. That basically means every time we pushed a release, I spent like a bunch of time going through every single feature of an app and every little nook and cranny of the application on both Android and on iOS. That's a significant amount of time. And for me, that would be worrisome for an engineer. I would expect a QA person to do that, maybe not my engineer, because engineers are generally going to cost a little bit more than QA people. So as much as possible, I would probably rephrase this a little bit. Tony Boy asks, how can I submit my resume? Here's the link for it. So feel free to get a resume in. And then any new resumes that come in, I'll definitely add on the queue. We've got 5 to go through. Usually the first couple I take a little bit longer, and then the rest of them go a little bit faster, because I'll be like, yeah, remember that other one? And so I'll go through the other ones a little bit faster. So the first one tends to go a little bit longer. Follow the atomic design methodology to build an isolated component storybook library with TypeScript. Okay. Onboard and mentor incoming engineers on Ionic, GraphQL, and other technologies and languages used. Okay. Run end-to-end server tests using Mocha and Chai to ensure all features are working as expected. Okay. So this is basically just, I ran automated testing on here, which is fine. Again, you want to make it sound like it's not this huge manual effort. Like, that's why we write automated testing. So building it out in a way, okay, stop broadcasting in the house, I'm streaming. Sorry, my kids are broadcasting to one another on Google Home and it's showing up on my my desk. I should have muted my mic, apologies everybody. So yeah, you want to make it sound like this isn't such a big manual effort. That, you know, we wrote automated testing, maybe you're doing it in a CI/CD pipeline or something where it's doing the automated runs for you, that you're not sitting there like manually running the tests. You want that to be as automated as possible, or at least showcase that you know how to do that in an automated way. Conducted fact-finding investigations, claims employers to audit tax violations, exemptions. Okay, so with this one, this is non-technical experience. So what I would probably do is reduce this down to a single bullet point because this is not technical experience. The other thing that I kind of alluded to earlier is you change the format here from going from months and years to just the years. But all I know is you started this job in August and this one was 2021. So was this job from January 2020 all the way to August 21? Was there overlap between these jobs? Was this literally January of 2020 through December of 2021? Was it, did you start this in December of 2020 and ended in January of 2021 because that was only a 2-month job? Like, put some months on here. Otherwise, it like, to me, it kind of feels like you're hiding how long were you really at that job, because it could be a maximum of 2 years. It could be a minimum of 2 months. By only putting the months on there, I don't have good visibility into how long you actually did this. Now, because it's a non-technical job, you also want to reduce what you did there. I would probably keep the thing where you have quantified information. So as much as possible, I would probably keep the quantified info, or like any bullet point where you've got quantified info. But yeah, I would probably find a way to combine all of this into a single bullet point. Because it's non-technical work, you've got 3 bullet points for each of these jobs, 2 bullet points for this job. So you're giving almost the same equivalence of importance to this non-technical job, unless you're transitioning into a tech job where you're going to be doing something with, you know, around like tax violations and exemptions. Like if you're going to go apply for a job at a payroll company or something like that, this would be a good thing to keep on here. Otherwise, I would probably reduce the amount of information that you're telling me about that job, because it won't be important to non-financial industries. It's good to see that you were employed. They'll want to know how long you were employed. So it's important to show that you were employed, but I would probably reduce the amount of information here unless it's a job that's more specific to the information that you're giving me here. Education with the boot camp, 27-week boot camp, 800 hours. Okay. 70 plus projects. That's a lot. 27 weeks and you built 70 projects in 27 weeks? That's a lot. Like, as a hiring manager, I would look at that and go, that's a lot. That's what, like 3 projects a week? Like, how big are these projects? Like, in my mind, I'm starting to work through this going, you built a project like every day or every 2 days at this boot camp for 27 weeks total. That's a lot of projects, which means the projects are either microscopic or like they were building on each other, or they're not going to be that impressive if you're only spending a day or 2 building out a project. So I would question that 70 plus. If I can go look at your GitHub and I actually see all of those projects, then it would give me some reassurance on here. But just at face value, what I would probably do is, instead of saying I built 70 projects in a variety of languages, I only care about the languages that my company actually uses. So if you built this out in a whole bunch of languages that my company doesn't even use, that's not an immediate benefit to my company. And so you probably want to say, like if I was hiring for a Python role, you'd probably want to say I built 10 projects in Python over that 27 weeks. That's, to me, that would be more believable. Even if it is part of 70, you're telling me, hey, you do Python, I also do Python. I did 10 Python projects at this bootcamp. Now, when I go look at your GitHub, I'm going to see all of the projects and I'll see all of the stuff and go, wow, you actually built a lot more than that. But to see 70 plus in over 27 weeks, to me, sounds fishy and starts bordering on unbelievable. It may be perfectly believable and may actually be part of the curriculum, but I think how it's phrased here is a little misleading. Now, if you graduated in August 2021 and you've continued to build projects after that, then that's different. So couple things, couple points in there as well. LOS Inc., thanks for the first time chat. Good to see you. Utilize remote collaboration tools such as VS Code, LiveShare, Slack, Google Meet, Discord. These are all great to see. Like, this is how I collaborate, worked on group projects and things like that. I think that that's fantastic. What I would probably do on these projects, though, is specifically call out this was a group project or this was a solo project. So if we kind of come back over to the sample resume over here, this is how I like to actually highlight. This one was a solo project. This one was a group project. And on a group project, my responsibility was this portion of the project. So that would be an important thing to call out if you've got solo projects and group projects, because you're telling me here that you've worked on group things. If you're applying for a remote job, having collaboration tools would be fantastic. So I would want to see both a solo project and a group project on your resume. Ideally, I would see 3 projects on a resume, if you can kind of spare the space on here. As far as the skills go, we already talked, like, try to put that skills block up at the top of the resume. I think that it's more visible and kind of gets the point across. I'm also not a fan of this multi-column, centered term within the column kind of layout. I think it's wasted space. You've got a lot of interesting technologies on here that you've done. But when I read it, if I read it left to right, top to bottom, I get library. Like, what is async storage? It's kind of, okay, you know how to store things. Mapbox, I don't even know what that is. I know what Ionic is, the mobile framework. Storybook, no idea. JSTS, I would literally spell those out as JavaScript, TypeScript. You want to hit on those keywords. Because if you don't have the word JavaScript on here, anywhere on the page, if I'm literally searching my database for JavaScript, you're not going to get hit. Your resume doesn't hit on the keyword JavaScript or TypeScript. So you have to be careful about shortening the name like this. So I would literally expand that out, call it JavaScript, TypeScript, GraphQL. So now we're getting into language, we're getting into kind of a database query. Then you're getting into more like front-end frameworks. Not sure what Zustend is. Firebase, Firestore, it's online storage. VS Code is a tool. Nobody cares what tool you use, so you can take VS Code off of here. All I care about is, can you write code? I don't care what tool you use to write the code. GitHub is a capital H. Debugging, is that really a skill? I mean, it's kind of one of those expected skills. Like, I expect that if you write code, you know how to debug it. So you don't really have to call this out as a specific skill. Now, if you've done something like advanced around debugging, like using profiling tools and things like that, where you're getting into like, finding bottlenecks as part of your debugging, then I would call that out. But just saying debugging is a skill, it's kind of an expectation. It would be like saying, I know how to use email. Like, I hope you know how to use email. I hope you know how to do debugging. Not really something that you need to specifically call out here. TDD using Jest is fine, but you also mentioned Mocha and Chai. So you want to make sure that any of the technologies that you're listing up in your projects and up in here, other things that you use, that you're listing those here in your skills block as well. But kind of the point I was getting at is this is kind of all over the place as far as frameworks and languages and libraries and like just methodologies. I would probably group them up in a more logical fashion. So again, one of the things that I do on that resume sample in the skills block is I say, these are the languages I know. Now, if you want to put your frameworks in there as well, that's okay. But then call out your libraries, call out databases that you've used. In your case, Firebase, but then you also had GraphQL. I don't recall that you can do GraphQL in front of Firebase. So that tells me that maybe someone on a back end has put GraphQL in front of a relational database. but you don't mention any relational databases on there. So you know how to interact with GraphQL. Like that's what I'm getting off of your resume, is that you know how to interact with GraphQL using something like Apollo, but you don't know how to actually implement GraphQL, where you're actually building the query and telling it which tables to go read from and so on, because you don't mention any other relational database on here, like Postgres or MySQL or something like that. So that would be something to think about here. But try to group them up a little more logically, as far as like, these are the languages I know. Get HTML, get CSS on here. If you've done front-end work, you know HTML and CSS, you need to call those out. And then put libraries and put other tools and things like that, like GitHub and Git workflow and things like that. You could even call out a whole section of testing. Just say testing, test-driven development, just Mocha, Chai, user testing on Android and iOS. Like, you can specifically call those out as skills. So that'll give your skills block a little more, it'll make it a little beefier, to be honest. It'll kind of expand that skills block out a little bit and give people reading your resume a little more to sort of catch on to. Old River says in chat, I use links on my resumes for the projects I like best. Yeah, I do recommend putting links on there. And so typically what I recommend is, if you can tell me that it was a solo project or a group project, give me a link where you actually host the project somewhere, if possible. For the mobile apps on that other resume, if you've got them in a Google Play Store or the Apple Store, give me links to those where I can actually like go download it and experience it. Or, give me a link to GitHub where I can actually go look at the code. That would be fantastic. This particular, like, I had someone come by and say, well, we made a video about how we made the project. Can I put that on a resume? I'm like, sure, you can put a YouTube link or something on here. It tells me like about how you built a project if you want to, if you feel that that's going to be important for me to see. Again, you don't want to clutter the resume with stuff that I'm not going to care about. So some of it is trying to discern, what is that company going to care about? So that's a big part of doing a resume, is like, what are they going to care about? What aren't they going to care about? How do I take that other stuff off that they don't care to see? All right, so that's the first resume. So hopefully that'll give everybody kind of like the start of a baseline. The rest of the resume reviews are going to go a little bit quicker from here. All right, so that was the first one. After I do the second one, I'll do the first giveaway. If you're hanging out in chat and you want to get on the giveaway, do !giveaway. And that'll get you into the giveaway for the daily giveaway. And again, I've got these cool little like 3D printed toys that I'll be mailing out. They're actually sent out in a little kit card that looks like this. And so you basically just break all the pieces apart and you assemble it yourself. So I'll be sending them out in these kit cards in a nice cardboard envelope. And then every entry in the giveaway that you do, so every time I live stream, you can come by and do Bang Giveaway. Then we'll be doing a larger giveaway at the end of the month. This is just one of the things I'm going to be giving away. It's a full color Deadpool that I 3D printed as well. So this is just one of several things we'll be giving away at the end of the month. So definitely do Bang Giveaway. After we do the next resume review, I'll do the first drawing. I'm going to take a moment and hydrate here. So appreciate the follows. If you do want to do Bang Giveaway, you do need to follow the channel. That's the only thing I ask. And then every time you come by the channel, do Bang Giveaway. Every time I'm streaming, do Bang Giveaway. We'll be doing the big monthly giveaway on November 1st. And all of this is to support a diversity in tech fundraiser. So if you want to do donations and bits and subs and things like that, all that money goes into a pool of money that I'm also matching. So I don't keep any of the money that I make as a streamer. All of it goes into a pot of money. I match all that money and then I give all that money away to an organization. And I'm currently still evaluating 2 organizations. They've got to be a registered charity and I need to be able to see their tax documentation. But their primary mission has to be that they want to increase diversity in tech. And so like working with diverse groups of people, diverse types of students and so on. That's something that's really important to me. And so it's something that I support on the channel. All right, let me catch up on chat. I think there was something else I missed. C-Film says, I heard it's better to be a T-shaped engineer. I do agree with, especially early in your career. You don't want to spend too much time learning a lot of different languages and a lot of different technologies. You want to get really good at fewer technologies earlier in your career. And that's kind of the depth, or what we call the depth of knowledge. where the top of the T is your breadth of knowledge. Like how many different things do you know? How many languages, how many databases, how many different libraries have you used? That's kind of the top bar of the T. And then how deep do you know those things? That's the vertical bar of the T. And so you want to go as deep as possible on fewer technologies earlier in your career. As you kind of progress through your career, you're going to find other technologies that you want to use. And you'll start to kind of explore, let me go learn this other language, let me go learn this other framework, let me go learn this other way of doing something. And that's okay later in your career. Over time, you'll start to kind of shape, like, this is what I want to do with my career. I want to be a front-end developer. No, I don't. I want to be a mobile developer. No, I don't. I want to be a DBA. You're going to like move that all over the place. As you grow as a developer, you're going to be drawn to different sorts of things, and you're going to be drawn to different interests, and that's totally okay, because those interests are going to shape how and where you want to take your career. But doing that too early can distract you from getting really good at the technologies that you already know so that you can go get a job. Employers are less likely to hire you if you claim to know 50 languages, but all you know how to do is a print statement of hello world. It's not as meaningful as if you spend a lot of time learning one language really well, one technology stack really well, and you know that really well, because then you can transfer all of that knowledge to some other technology later on. But if you only know a tiny bit of depth on each of those things, then employers that hire you, they're like, well, you only know a little bit of that knowledge. You don't know enough for us to like hire you and you come in and kind of able to start doing the whole job right away. There's always going to be training that you have to do, but I would go deep on knowledge, go deep on fewer things, and do the breadth of knowledge a little bit later in your career. Is 5 languages too many to focus on early? Yes. I would focus on, at most, I would focus on two languages. One that you know really well and one that you kind of tinker with. And then once you get a job, hopefully using one of those two, then you can start exploring other things. Like once you get a job and you've got that free time and you get that paycheck, there's less pressure to go get a job. Then you can spend that time exploring like what other kinds of opportunities you want to get. But I would say if you're trying to learn like 5 different languages before you even get that first job, people are going to look at your skills and go, you're all over the place. Like, what do you want to be? Do you want to be this kind of developer, that kind of developer? And it's going to raise more questions than helps them make a decision. HTML and CSS, I would not count as that language. No. When I think of languages, I think of like JavaScript, PHP, Python, Ruby, like the actual core programming languages. HTML and CSS support that if you want to do front end or full stack. If you want to do back end, you don't really need to spend time on HTML and CSS, but if you know it, it's better. But I would not consider those programming languages. They have their own syntax and grammar, to do things properly, but I wouldn't consider those as actual languages. You do 3 main languages, I would probably focus on 2. Like, get really good at 2. If you happen to know a third, that's fine, but I would get to know those, like, focus on 2. The fewer the better, because again, you're not distracting yourself by trying to learn all these different things. Otherwise, it's going to take you a lot longer to get a job because you're not going to feel as confident in any one of those things. You're going to be like, I got to study more, I got to build more. Where if you just knew one of those things really well and just did all your projects in that one language, you're more likely to get a job because you know something really, really well. JavaScript, PHP, and SQL. So again, when we talk about programming languages, I would consider JavaScript and PHP your programming languages. SQL is supporting those programming languages. Yes, you know SQL, and it is technically a language, but you're not writing whole applications in SQL. You're writing an application in PHP. You're writing an application in JavaScript. You use SQL to get data in and out of a database for the rest of that application. So when I think of programming languages, I think of what language would you use to build an app? And that would be JavaScript or PHP. So in this case, you do know 2 languages. You happen to also know SQL, HTML, and CSS. Those are more supportive languages than what I would consider a programming language in that sense. You would still list them on your resume as these are the languages that I know. But hiring managers that are looking at your resume, they're looking at how many like actual application programming languages do you know. And early in your career, I would say go really deep on understanding either JavaScript or PHP. Learn that extremely well. Like just put all of your time into one thing. learn that extremely well. You can always transfer that knowledge into the other thing. So if you decide to put your time in JavaScript, learn as much JavaScript as you can. If you find a job that sounds interesting and they want PHP, you can transfer all that knowledge from JavaScript into PHP. And you can say, I know a little bit of PHP. Most of my time has been spent on JavaScript, but I'm going to be able to transfer that knowledge, or vice versa. You spend your time on PHP and you find a JavaScript job you want. You can transfer that knowledge. But to try to learn both of them at an equal depth is going to take you even longer. So if you're in a hurry to get a job, I would focus on one language. You'll get I think into the job sooner. That's my theory. Cool. Let's go through these resumes a little bit more. So this is number 2. All right, number 2 resume. Again, I like to zoom out, kind of see the overall use of the page. I kind of see like this big empty gap up here on the page, a little bit more empty space down here in the bottom right corner of the page. But generally, it's going to be pretty easy to kind of read through this. I can see the skills block and they're kind of laying things out, a little bit of experience, a little bit of project work, and extracurricular stuff as well. So appreciate the anonymity where they blocked some stuff out. Let's go read up the notes on this one. Says, hi, I'm Zane. I'm cleaning out my resume so I can apply for new grad software engineer roles. I personally like more back-end positions, and I don't have a preference for company or industry. Your last resume review helped me land an internship. Hey, sweet, over at Oracle. Oh, I'm Extreme Dude. Hey, Extreme Dude, this is your resume. And I'm eager to hear your criticism. Well, it's not going to be criticism. I hope it comes across as supportive. But cool. So this is Extreme Dude. So the first bit of advice I gave, you got an internship at Oracle, so that's fantastic. So let's talk about what we do here. So you're putting your education first and foremost. Now, for some companies, this will be important. Some companies will give a lot more preference to certain schools. So if you're not to badmouth University of Windsor, but if you went to the University of Waterloo, that would stand out to some companies more than University of Windsor. Just like down here in the States, if you go to like a Stanford, that's going to stand out way more than like Joe and Bob's Community College, right? It's it's a well-known school. It's an established school. People understand and trust the curriculum there. Not to say University of Windsor is bad, because you're able to complete this, you've got a projected graduation date and so on. That's great. So not every company is going to want to see education front and center. You're putting honors and honor roll on there. That's fine. If you've got high enough grades, I would say if your GPA is over like 3.7, put your GPA on here as well. Not just honors and honor roll, but actually list your GPA if it's greater than 3.7. Now, if you're in a country like I know India, for example, their GPA is on a scale of 1 to 10. So in that case, I would say if it's greater than like 8, then you could put the GPA on a resume. If it's lower than that, I would leave the GPA off the resume and just say honor roll. I think that's fine. I like that you're also giving me skills right away and the technologies that you use. They are supported here. What's interesting though is you're listing a whole bunch of programming languages, but you're not listing their respective technologies first. You actually give me a front-end technology first and foremost. So CSS is like way down here in the list, but you're giving me Bootstrap as a technology like earlier in that list. So if you're going for a Python job, I would probably put Python first, and then I would put Flask and Django as the next things on that list, followed by SQL Alchemy. Where right now, it's like, okay, Python, Java, C, C#, C++, but the technology that you know really well is a CSS-based technology. So again, when we read these lists, we read them from left to right in what we sort of build in psychologically as strength order. So what I see on the left, better than what I see on the right. So in this case, Python better than LaTeX, or Python better than JavaScript. Flask better than Oracle SQL. And that Flask and Django and SQL Alchemy, all of that better than Git and Linux. So that's just how we naturally read these things. What I would probably do is so these technologies is you've got frameworks and you've got databases. Unity is kind of also a framework for C#, but then Git, Perforce, and Linux, those are just tools. So I might find a way to break those out onto 2 different lines maybe, where you're listing framework tools and then just general technology tools. maybe the general one you could list at the databases and Git. Working specifically in Linux, I mean, you could call that out if they're looking for specific Linux experience, but if they're looking for a very specific Linux experience, they may want like DevOps level experience. And if you don't have that, I would probably leave Linux off of here. CFilm says you could probably put database on one line. Well, they only know 2 databases. And so putting that on a line by itself, you're going to end up with this, like even more of this big chunk of empty space on the right side. But it would also look weird to start getting into multiple columns here as well. So you'll need to kind of tinker with this a little bit. As much as possible, you want these lines to come across like about 2/3 of the way across the page if possible. But if they only know 2 databases, I mean, granted, well, SQL Alchemy is an ORM, so it's the tool you use to talk to the database. You could maybe put the 3 of these on a line together. But I would still probably list the actual SQL engines and then list SQL Alchemy after that. But it also depends on the role. So for example, if you're applying for a job at Microsoft, Microsoft is going to care a lot more about C# and they're going to care a lot more about Microsoft SQL Server. You'll want to put those at the front of the list. You want to look like a C# developer that happens to know all these other things. You want to look like somebody who works a lot with Microsoft SQL Server. You happen to know all these other things. So again, when we read these lists, we read them from left to right in our perception of what you know best. So if you're applying for a job where they want C#, you want that stuff at the front of the line. Same thing if you've worked in .NET, you want .NET to be in your list of frameworks. Where right now, if you were applying for a C# role, it's like, okay, well, you know all these other things better than C#, and you know all these other frameworks better than you know Unity, and you don't even list .NET on here. So how much C# do you really know? This is what's going through my mind as a hiring manager as I'm reading this resume. So if I were looking for a C# developer, you'd be like on my like maybe later list, maybe. Like I've got a yes pile, I've got a maybe pile, and I've got a no pile. When I'm reading through resumes, I'm looking for a reason to say no. I'm looking for an easy out going, no, I don't want to call this person. So if you can show high relevance to the job, you're more likely to get on the yes list, possibly on the maybe list. If you can show really strong relevance to the role that I have open, then you're more likely to get a phone call. So the projects that you promote, how you talk about the work experience, how you talk about the technologies that you know is what's going to make you stand out on that resume. So try to list primarily what that company is going to care about. So this goes back to a piece of advice I give on the channel a lot, where go build a big resume. Put all your projects, all your technologies, all your jobs, lots of bullet points for every job, lots of projects, lots of bullet points for all your projects. Like just put a ton of stuff on your resume. It's going to be way more than a page. That's okay. Bear with me. When you go and you find a job you want to apply to, you're going to bring that down to 1 page by taking away all the stuff that that company doesn't care about. And that's going to help you bring it back down to 1 page. So now you've targeted them with a specific resume. Also by doing that, then if they've got competition, you can also use that same resume that you've kind of already narrowed down for that technology type and say, this is now my C# resume. And so any job I find where I'm looking for C#, I can use this resume over and over again. If you take the time to build that really big resume, trimming it back down to 1 page by going, nope, I'm going to yeet all this stuff out of here because that company doesn't care about it. Deleting that stuff and bringing it back down to 1 page is going to take you like 5-10 minutes. So keep that really big copy. Don't modify that. Don't make that one smaller. You want to make a copy of that one and then make that one smaller. So once you find a job you want to apply to, you make a copy, make it smaller by trimming out all the stuff that that company doesn't care about. Now you've got a tailored resume just for them. You send them that resume and they're going to look at that and go, look at the high degree of relevance that this person is going to bring to the job. That's what you want to do to get their attention. If you make a generalized resume where you're just listing everything that you possibly know, they're going to look at it and go, okay, you're bringing a lot of value because you know a lot of things, but how much value are you bringing to this specific job where we need you to know specific technologies, you know, like where are the projects that use those technologies? Where are the examples where you've done this exact thing that we're asking for in that job post? And that's where looking at the job post as you're trimming this back down to 1 page is going to be really important. As you network, as you get to know people at those companies, you're going to find out what's important to them, what's more important to them. As you're networking with people at that company, you could say, hey, I've got C# and C++ on my resume. Are one of those like more important to the company than the other? They'd be like, oh yeah, like C# is way, like used way more at the company. It's like, cool. I'm going to put that on my resume. I'm going to promote that a lot more than C++. So again, as you get to know people at the company, you're going to find a better way to sort of trim this back down to one page. But it takes networking, and it takes some research into the company and what's important to the company to know how to make a very targeted resume for them. But it's a lot easier when you get that big resume and you just start trimming stuff out that that company doesn't care about. All right, let's go through the experience here. So this was the internship that you got at Oracle, which is awesome. I would probably put the dates like over on the right side of this same line. So I would put the dates over here. It'll just give you a little more vertical space for other stuff. Created, reviewed, unit tested code for production. So it's good. You're letting me know that you actually got code all the way to production. It's one thing as an intern to be like, yeah, I worked on, some internal projects or whatever, but here you're telling me the impact that I was mentioning earlier, where you want to show the impact that you have. It's like, oh, you know how to put stuff all the way to production. That's way better than somebody coming out of a school or something like that, where it's like, I know how to write code. I've never actually deployed something. You're telling me here, you actually got code ready for production use. Need SQL queries to pull data from database. That is what SQL is. And because you've listed that technology, this is kind of a given. So again, this is kind of like, this is sort of an expectation. If you tell me you know SQL and you've worked with SQL databases, then I can already make an assumption that you know how to do this. If you've used ORMs and so on, I kind of know that you already know this. You don't really have to call this out explicitly unless they are explicitly asking for it in the job post. Like, we are looking for people who know how to make SQL to get stuff out of database. Then you could put that on. But I think if you just list the technologies and show this is a project that I made where I'm retrieving stuff from a database, then you don't need to call this out specifically as a bullet point for that job. Independently worked on and finished a project that helped the team keep their data updated. Cool, I would love to see some metrics on that. Like, what kind of data was it? How much data? Are we talking like megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes? Like, how much data was it? How big was the team? How did it help? So it helped the team keep their data updated, but how? You could summarize that a little bit more. Again, it tells me more of the impact that you had at that job. Save the team 50 hours of manual data collection time quarterly. That's amazing. This is exactly the kind of stuff you want to put on a resume. That I made the team better by 50 hours per quarter by doing this work. This is exactly the stuff that you want to put on a resume. So good job on this bullet point. Now, not every job you have, not every internship that you have, and I want to be clear for everybody listening, not every job that you have, you're going to be able to pull a nugget like this out. But if you have the opportunity to have this kind of impact, or just be able to express in some way the actual impact that you had at that job, that stands out so much more on a resume than I did this thing, I also did this thing. But if you say, I did this thing, and this was the impact it had, and this is how it made the team better, this is how it made the company better, this is how I sped this thing up, or how I fixed, so many bugs or whatever, way better. Way, way, way better. Teaching assistant, this is fine to have. So the fact that you're a teaching assistant specifically to these computer science-based classes is really good to have. I would probably put this bullet point above the first one because it shows the impact. Like, I did all this teaching on all these algorithmic classes and I did it for 6 months, as opposed to I did this for 6 semesters consecutively. But then I have to read like what it was that you were a TA for. I would probably put this first line above how long you did it for. Now you did it for 6 semesters consecutively over the span of 2 years. So is that you had 3 semesters per year? It's kind of like the mental math that I'm doing. So I think that it's okay to tell me how long you did it. You've kind of already told me here that you did it. You could just say 6 semesters over 2 years. But the fact that they were consecutive, is that really that important? I don't know. Subsector 3D with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. Doing some resume reviews tonight for folks in chat. Cool. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. All right, so projects, you got a Flask website, you got a link to it, which is great. A diary website created using Flask with Python, HTML, Bootstrap. So I like that you're calling out the technologies that you used for that particular project. I think that that's great. And then developed a user login, registration, authentication system. Okay, users log in are able to view, edit diary entries. That's great. This is a good example of how to write up a project kind of thing. You're telling me from a user's perspective what they do. You're telling me the technologies that you used. You gave me a link to the repo. If you happen to have this deployed somewhere, I would love to see a link of where you've actually deployed this. So I can just click on it and be like, okay, let me go interact with it a little bit. If I can experience what you've built, that's more powerful than just saying, hey, I've got this code over here that you can browse, because I don't know whether it works or not. But if you can say, hey, I've also got this deployed, because you told me up here you put stuff in production, so show me how you can put these projects in production. That's sort of reinforcing the skill where you say, I can put code out in the wild. Show me that. Prove it. Go put that online somewhere. Put that link on the resume. And just say, like, experience the app and give me a link over to Heroku or Netlify or wherever, like DigitalOcean, like wherever you're hosting that thing. Let me go experience that live. I think that'd be great. For those that came in on the raid, I am doing a monthly giveaway. So October is my monthly giveaway. I'm going to divert from my resume review here for a moment. So I've got all kinds of fun little kit cards, including Star Trek stuff. Oops. The Enterprise just blew up. So I've got all these cool little kit cards. Some of them are from FixemDude, who you may know from Subsector's channel. And so there's just these little kit cards. So get in on the giveaway. Just do !giveaway. And you're going to get an entry to receive one of these as a gift if you are chosen. And every time I stream, if you combine do Bang Giveaway to get in on those giveaways, even if you're not picked as a recipient, it's going to give you an entry into the monthly giveaway. And here's one of my monthly giveaway items. I just finished this guy. This is a 4-day print. Let me go over to this screen real quick. This is a 4-day multicolor print. And Mr. Deadpool here is going to be one of our giveaways. So this is about a pound of filament. This is like 1 pound, 2 ounces of filament. It took 4 days to print on the Bamboo, and it came out really nice. Like, I'm really, really proud of this print. It came out really beautiful, really great colors and so on. It's got the dark sparkle green from Polymaker. It's got, I think this is one of their Polyterra filaments. This is a Prusament filament on the sword handles. So this is going to be one of the giveaways for the monthly giveaway. Not tonight, but this will be one of the monthly ones. So keep coming by the stream. Get in on those giveaways. We're going to do some other giveaways. It's not the only thing I'm giving away, but that'll be one of the things that we'll be giving away November 1st. So definitely come back and check that out. So definitely do ! giveaway, get in on the giveaway. And I have been having hardware issues, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if DGAG couldn't hear me, but I'm glad that most of you can hear me. I see the audio level bouncing, so I hope that my audio is going out. Cool, so we talked about kind of the projects overall here. I think that these are great. Language and technologies, make sure that that's got a bullet point similar to the other ones. Because up here, for example, you're calling it your technologies kind of here, so you don't really need the second line, but I would probably also add that, like, just make that a bullet point and kind of indent it with the rest of them. And then extracurricular stuff, this stuff is fine. I generally tell people, like, don't put interests on a resume because it can sort of hit on those keywords that I talked about on another resume review where they didn't type out the word JavaScript. And so if someone's looking, searching the database for a JavaScript developer, their resume wouldn't get found. So you need to be careful about saying, like, I'm interested in machine learning, because if I'm going into my database saying I'm looking for somebody that knows machine learning, your resume is going to show up because it hits on those keywords. But then I'm going to look at your resume and go, you don't do machine learning, yeet. I'm going to just delete your resume out of the system, because why are you in there? You're not a machine learning person, so why are you in there? And I'm more likely to just straight delete you out of the system than say, okay, well, you're not a machine learning person, but you do know Python, so if I have a Python role later, maybe. But if I'm searching for things that hit on an interests block on a resume, then it's going to be a problem. So you don't want someone to find your resume and go, you're not what I'm looking for. You don't want them to have that thought. You want them to look at your resume and go, wow, look at the relevance you bring to my job. Look at the relevance you bring to my company. Look at the impact you can come have at my company. That's what you want them to think as they're reading through your resume. All right, well, that was resume number 2, and I promised I was going to do a giveaway drawing after the second resume. We've still got 3 more to go through, maybe a 6th one. So for those that came in on the raid, please, you have to follow the channel in order to do Bang Giveaway, but you don't need to be a sub, you don't need to donate or anything like that. But I am raising money for a diversity and tech fundraiser, so you get all that data up here at the very top. So all the money I make as a streamer, I put into a pool of money, not a dead pool, but I put it into a pool of money, and then I match that money and I give it away. And so I would appreciate any help there, bits, donations, subs, anything along those lines. It all goes into that pool of money, and then I'm matching all that money, and that fundraisers, that money's going out to a group who is a registered charity whose primary mission is to increase diversity in the tech industry. So I would love any help that any of you can give on that. It's not required by any means to donate or cheer or anything like that in order to enter the giveaway, but I do ask that you follow the channel in order to be a giveaway recipient. So if you do a follow, you can do Bang Giveaway. I've got different channel point things that you can redeem to like change up the lights and so on. I've also got a goofy helmet that I wear. If you have enough channel points, I'll wear a goofy helmet for a couple of minutes. But yeah, so we'll keep going. I'm gonna do a giveaway draw here like in about a minute and a half. So you got a minute and a half to do exclamation point giveaway, and then we'll do the first giveaway. And you need to be here in chat in order to claim it. So I will ask, do you want Star Trek based 3D print, Star Wars, holiday, or toy? So the holiday one, I've got fun little like Christmas trees and stuff like that. Or I think this one's actually, no, this one's called Christmas Tree. I've got another one in like a sparkly copper color. This is just says Happy Holidays. And so you're absolutely welcome to choose which of those that you would like. If you want a toy, I've got like one of these little like kind of things where you put these little blocks together to make a shape. So I've got that kind of thing. I've also got little infinite fidget cubes that I can send. Or if you want another kit card, I've got a 3D printed catapult that I can send you. So Star Wars, Star Trek, holiday, or toy, you'll need to let me know in chat which of those four that you want. And then if applicable, what color you would like. Now the little starships and stuff like that, I'll tend to do in like a silver or a white or a gray or something like that. But I've got lots of these printed up. This is a Y-Wing from Star Wars. But I do have a handful of different like Starship Enterprises. And then I've also got Deep Space Nine, stuff like that. So some of these are from Fix'em Dude. And the rest of these are from Nikozan. Nikozan makes a lot of these kit cards, and they are really, really fantastic. But I also have permission from Fix'em Dude that if you do a donation to the channel, that I can send you a whole bunch of prints of his stuff as a thank you. So if you do a donation, I'll send you a whole kit of Fix'em Dude kit cards. Start dropping stuff all over the floor. And then for the holiday one, I've also got just snowflake ornaments and so on, 3D printed up. So I'll send all that stuff out. You just have to get in. Do I have any Galaxy Quests? No, but if there happens to be some, maybe. What was the name of the hammer from Galaxy Quest? Lothar's hammer or something like that. Guardians of the Galaxy? No, I don't have any Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't have any Marvel kit cards. The only thing I have from Marvel is Mr. Deadpool over here. But yeah, those will be the four choices. So Star Wars, Star Trek, holiday, or toy. And basically the reason that I wanted to do that, the last giveaway that I did in May where I was doing the 3D printed dragons, I had everything going out in these boxes, and those boxes actually got really expensive to ship. Where these kit cards, I can basically put just in a flat envelope, and I can put like one or two of those kit cards in here, and I can mail that with a couple of stamps. So it's much more economical to send those out to people. So yeah, when you choose what kind of kit card you would like, I will put some in an envelope and ship those out. So get in on the giveaway. I'm basically going to draw a recipient from the giveaway here very, very shortly. So we got about 30 people in chat. If I do Bang Giveaway, we've got 12 entries. So there's only 12 of you that entered the giveaway for tonight. And it's free. It doesn't cost you anything other than a follow. So go ahead and follow the channel, get in on the giveaway. I'll give you all a minute or so to do that. And then we'll do the first drawing. Then I'm going to go through some more resumes. We'll do another drawing. So like maybe every 2 resumes, we'll do another drawing. So we've got 5 resumes so far. Actually, I just got a 6th one in, I think. The sixth one? Yeah, so we have a sixth one. So we'll be doing 3 drawings tonight. This is just the first of 3. Am I a Galaxy Quest or Spaceballs fan? Yes. Yes, I am. Galaxy Quest was amazing. Alan Richter in that movie cracked me up. Loved Alan Richter's character in Galaxy Quest. That was great. Spaceballs, yeah, Spaceballs was great. It was actually a very memorable thing about how I met my wife. She grew up watching Spaceballs and had never watched Star Wars. She never watched Star Wars until she got into college. And she's sitting around her dorm with a bunch of geek boys, you know, watching Star Wars, and she's cracking up laughing. And they're wondering, like, why is she laughing so hard at Star Wars? And it's because she's like, that's the joke, that's the reference, I get it now. Because she had only ever watched Spaceballs. Her brother was a huge Spaceballs fan, and they watched it over and over and over and over and over, and she'd never seen Star Wars until she got to college. And when we met, she told me this story, and so one of the very first domain names I bought, she was doing some programming classes at school and wanted to put some stuff online. So I actually registered the domain name, usetheschwartz.com, and you know, I was doing a web hosting business at the time, so I just registered the domain name and showed her how to like get her PHP and HTML code online. So that was one of the very first things when we met. He was doing a college program, learning some PHP, and I registered usetheschwartz.com. So, yeah, fun little stories. So yeah, let's draw the first recipient here. So if no one else is going to get in on the giveaway, we saw Aggie Smalls get in there. We're going to go ahead and do the giveaway for the daily. And like I said, we'll do more after every 2 resumes. So I got 4 more resumes to go through, and we'll do more giveaways after each of those. So drum roll, please. All right, drum roll. Net Fraser has been chosen. Is Net Fraser still in chat? You had a 1 in an unlucky 13 chance. So Net Fraser is here. Congratulations, Net Fraser. You have been chosen as the recipient. So I need you to tell me one of 4 things: Star Wars, Star Trek, holiday, or toy. And if it's holiday or toy, you can let me know what color. If you want like one of the Star Wars or Star Trek, like I said, I'll probably do like a white or a gray or a silver. I've got like sparkly silver, I've got shiny silky silver, I've got lots of shades of whites and grays and things like that. So Star Wars. Okay, so let me go find giveaway database. So the giveaway is not over. We're going to be drawing more, but I'm going to flag Net Fraser as a recipient. So Net Fraser, the other thing I need you to do is send me a Twitch whisper. I need your name, your address, and an email address. The only reason I need your email address is so I can send you the tracking information. So when I buy the labels on USPS, I'm going to put in your email address, and you'll automatically get emails from USPS about when it ships and all that stuff. And you'll get the tracking code and all that directly from USPS. So I need you to send me your full name, full address, and email address. Send it over to Twitch Whisper. Don't send it in chat. Don't want to dox you on that. And you said Star Wars. Cool. So we will be doing more drawings. So don't go away. You're welcome to hang out. Just doing some resume reviews. If you've got questions about resumes or questions about interviewing types of skills or technology skills, you're welcome to drop that stuff in chat at any time. And we'll go through a couple more resumes. As I mentioned, the resume reviews are going to go a little bit faster. The first couple are more just establishing, like, this is, these are common types of things to think about when you're doing resumes. Cool. All right. So let's keep going here. Let me get back to resume screen. And then, so that was number 2. I do have number 6, so let me go pull up number 6 here. I'll get that in the list here as we go. It's 1, 2, list of notes. 6. And over here. Bring in grid numbers. There it is. That'll be number 6. All right, so we just finished number 2. So we're on to number 3. So C Films is hanging out here in chat. So we're going to go through C Films. Resume next. All right, so based on my resume, what job do you think I'm a good fit for? how do I make my resume better for that job? They also asked for a LinkedIn review. I'll do that one offline. So let's have a look here at what C-Films has on the resume. So like most of the other ones, I like to kind of zoom out and kind of get a sense of overall sort of space on the page and how you utilize the space. And I think overall, this is actually a pretty clean resume as far as layout goes. I think that, the use of space is fine. I can see all the dates kind of over on the right margin. The quality analyst one here looks like it was like maybe a multi-role kind of thing. So the dates get a little confusing. We can talk about that when I get there. But overall, this is a pretty clean layout. Like it's going to be really easy to, like when I look at this, the first thing going through my mind is, oh, this is going to be really easy to read. And that's the first impression that you want to make is like, I'm going to make it really easy for you to find what you're looking for on the page. What I do see as I kind of zoom in here though, is I see project work, then I see technical skills, then I see a whole bunch of experience work, and then I see your education. I would probably group this up a little bit differently. Again, one of the things I mentioned early, sorry, I just realized I didn't start a clip. Let me do that. All right, so here's resume number 3. I kind of zoomed out real quick and was just explaining, like I really like the layout here. It looks nice and clean. It's easy to see kind of the dates sort of isolated over here. This one quality analyst job, there are multiple dates on here, so we'll talk about how to think about that when I get to that point on the resume. But overall, when I look at this, I think this is going to be easy to read. And that's kind of the impression that you want to give. But I forgot to start a clip, so I started over again. So one of the things that I mentioned on other resume reviews is I like to see that tech skills block first and foremost. So that way, like when I read a resume, the way that I like to see it, again, just my opinion, you don't have to do it this way, but when I read a resume, I want to know, what do you know? How have you practiced it? And where did you learn it? In that order, because that's what I care about. As a hiring manager, I care about what you know. I don't care first and foremost where you went to school. I care about what you know. And then I want to see how you've used those skills. Now, in this case, C-Films actually has software engineer experience. That sort of preempts having project work on here. And so I would probably want to see skills and then work experience and then project work after that if there's a relevant project. But we'll talk about the order to put things in here kind of as we break this down and go through it. Thanks for the follow, Blind by Yako. Feel free to get in on the giveaway as well. Now that you're a follower, you can do ! giveaway. We're going to be doing another drawing here soon. So on the resume here, I would want to see the technical skills first and foremost. The project that you built here, you're calling it projects plural, but then you only give me one project. Again, I would probably put that project a little bit later on the page because you actually have professional technical experience here. And you've also done some data analyst work. That's going to be more prominent as far as like the kinds of technology work that you're going to get into. I would also give yourself a title, like under your name, call yourself like software engineer or software title or software developer or something like that under here. And then you can give me your contact info. Give me your LinkedIn portfolio if you've got one, GitHub if you've got one. Ideally, you have a GitHub portfolio. But when I click on your GitHub link, I want to see like all those green dots as well. Like I don't want to just see like 1 or 2 green dots. I want to see like a decent amount of activity on your GitHub profile. That just lets me know that you're constantly committing code. We can talk about that another time. But by putting the technical skills first and foremost, again, you can show high relevance to the job based on the order that you're going to kind of show me these things. So right now you're calling yourself a full stack web developer and you're listing a whole bunch of stuff before you get into the programming languages. And so as much as possible, you want to list your application programming languages before these sort of supporting languages, as I call them, like HTML, CSS, and SQL. MySQL, I would probably list down with other technologies. But you're also telling me JavaScript and PHP again. You're also listing Python way down here. So what I would probably do is I would just group this as languages, frameworks. But again, it depends on what you want to promote. On this resume, you're kind of promoting, that you know full stack web development, you know UI UX, including accessibility, professional expertise with MySQL, MySQL and Core SQL. Core SQL is a bit ambiguous. Like, is that just the SQL programming language? But you're also hitting on these keywords multiple times. Like within the skills block, you only need to tell me MySQL once. You only need to tell me SQL once. You only need to tell me these programming languages one time. Now, the fact that you're doing it over and over again for each of these different kinds of roles also kind of gives me the impression that you don't know what kind of role you're going for. Now, this was one of the things that you were asking for feedback is what kind of role am I suited for? Well, you do a lot of things. You do data analytics, you do full stack web development, but I would be building out very separate resumes for each of these. And if you find a data analyst role that you want to apply to, you have a data analyst resume. If you see a programming job that you want to apply to, you have a programmer resume. And then whether that's full stack or back end or front end, whatever, you've got two very different resumes because data analysis and web development are two different sort of paths in the tech industry. So I would, at this point, I would just say split this into two different things. Now, your cfilms.com website is a bit of both because you're doing data analysis of the data that you're putting in that database, but you're also showing that you can build that web development application as well. So you can put that project on both of those resumes, but I would actually split this into two different resumes, one for data, one for web, or just general programming. So you've got your data analysis and all the stuff that you know how to do with data analysis, and then you've got the web application one. Now, the experience, you always want to put all of the experience in a chronological order. So even if you're applying for a data analyst role, you don't necessarily want to leave these other things off because according to your resume, you actually haven't done data analysis in almost 3 years. Like we're coming up on 2023. So if you haven't done data analysis professionally since January 2020, we're going on almost 3 full years that you have not done data analysis. So applying for a data analysis role is going to be a little bit trickier because it's been a while. And if I were looking at your resume and you were to split this out and I look at a data analysis resume and I see that you haven't actually done it in 3 years, my question is going to be, well, how are you keeping those skills up to date? What have you learned over the last 3 years? How have you practiced that? The fact that you've done some of that in this project is okay, but what kind of data analysis have you been doing? And we've talked a little bit about that offline. I think on a previous stream where we were actually looking through your site and looking at some of the graphs that you were making and so on. But this is a lot more in-depth, like actual analysis of hard data at a company level versus this is my sort of hobby website that I'm building and how I'm doing like, graphing of data. So the very, very different types of things that you're showing here as far as what that data analysis work actually is. So I would probably try to find a way to make that a little more streamlined, I guess, in that sense, if that makes sense. But definitely split this out into like these are the two different kinds of projects. Okay, you forgot to mention you're looking for a first role in your submission. Okay, cool. Yep, no problem. I'll note that when we get to your resume. Thanks for sending that in. So that would be the first thing that sort of stands out about this resume is I think this needs to split into two resumes. Instead of like, here's everything I know, what am I qualified for? What you want to do when you build a resume is you want to show a company, I am qualified for your job. And so again, kind of coming back to that idea of like, put lots of data on a resume, bring it back down to one page. So for you, because you've got more recent web development experience, I would be listing that first on the resume. So give me your skills, give me your experience, and then any other projects that are relevant that company is going to care about seeing, I think would be important. Now, in your software engineer role with this design media meta spa, designing front-end web architecture using HTML, CSS, implementing responsive design to make website mobile friendly, and editing videos for YouTube. So editing videos for YouTube is not really like a typical software engineer role. That almost feels more like a social media manager type of role. So it's fine that you're editing videos, but that's not a typical role for a software engineer. Now it is part of your responsibility there, but I would want to see like how many videos have you edited? How long does it take you to do them? Like show me some metrics around some of that. Or I edited these videos for YouTube, averaging 100 views per video, with 20,000 subscribers or something. Like give me some quantified data around some of that if you feel it's important to mention this to a company. But again, editing videos for YouTube is not a typical part of a software engineer role. I would typically leave that off. You could maybe list that if they say, what else do you do with that job? You can say, well, I'm also doing social media and doing the YouTube stuff. But these 2 bullet points are really like the main things that you're working for here. The quality analyst, paving seasonal job, which is fine. So you worked at that seasonal job on 2 different occasions, which is okay. It's okay to put 2 different times on here. I would put a space in between the dates here, maybe. It's okay to show that you did that as seasonal work. It's totally appropriate here to show that you did, you were professionally employed, but you probably don't need to give me 4 bullet points about what you did doing asphalt paving. I would give me maybe 1 or 2 bullet points at most, because it's not technical in nature. Unless you're going to apply for a job, for a company who does, some sort of road construction or things like that, where you might be building out an application around, how do we keep track of all the workers? How do we keep track of the different types of jobs that we have to do? Some sort of like construction management type of, software, like a CRM, something along those lines. Then, you might want to talk a little bit more about your involvement in what you did on this job with calculating stats and so on. But generally, what you're doing here, like you're doing data entry and data analysis, generating reports and so on, training new employees on policies and procedures, like that's fine. But again, that's sort of outside of the role of being a quality analyst. So again, I think you need to be a little bit careful about like what you're presenting on the resume, because when I get to these last bullet points on both of these jobs, it's kind of a sort of moment for me, where this other stuff, it's like, okay, this makes sense. Now, in this case, I didn't read all of this before jumping to the conclusion that this was not a technical role. You were actually doing technical work at this role. So this would be fine. But again, maybe limit the number of bullet points. So when we talk about recency on a resume, the first job that you list, like the most recent thing that you have, especially if you're still at that job, you want to give me more bullet points than jobs that you had a long time ago. So in this case, you're doing the reverse. You're giving me 3 bullet points for the most recent job, 4 bullet points for the one before that, and you got 5 bullet points on this one. I would reverse those. Give me 5 bullet points on this first job. Like, what are you doing at this job? This is the most relevant, modern experience that you have. Then give me 4 on this one. Maybe whittle this one down to 3 bullet points if you can. Try to keep as much quantified information on here as possible. But you want to do like more bullet points for a more recent job and fewer bullet points for older jobs, where right now you've got that kind of reversed. Education wise, you've got a lot of certificates and stuff like that. These are fine. I think that these are okay to show. Bachelor of Arts in Math. I would probably put the years, at least for the bachelor's degrees that you've got. Now, if this was like a double major, then you can just list a single graduation date. But if you actually did like back-to-back degrees, then that's fine. But I would probably want to see the dates on here as well. Like, when did you get those degrees? Maybe when did you get these certificates? Because, if you got this, just as an example, just playing devil's advocate here, if you got this web developer certificate like 10 years ago, it's less relevant than if you got it a year ago. It's going to be way more relevant if you got it recently, but I can't know how long ago you got these because you don't give me those dates. So I'd probably put just the year that you got these certifications, what year you graduated with these degrees. Just list the year on there. That's all you need. So skills, then experience. In this case, though, because all of this experience is technical in nature, but 2 of the roles are data analysis and 1 role is software engineering. If you do split this into 2 resumes, what I would probably do is not list this project on the data analysis resume, because you're talking a little bit more in here about like, I imported data into a database and I'm kind of building this stuff out and I'm just pulling stuff out of the database to show on the web page. But you're not really analyzing the data about the movies and the actors like we talked about on the stream the other day, where it's like, how many actors worked with the same actor on the same, with the same producer? Like, how are you actually analyzing that data? What I saw on the website is you're just retrieving that data and saying, here's a list of all the actors that live in Seattle, or here are all the films that were filmed in Seattle. Well, an analysis project would be how many of those actors from Seattle worked on a film in Seattle. That's analysis of that data, where you're actually going in and you're analyzing that data to tell a specific kind of story. So if you build that kind of stuff into that project, then I would put that project on the data analysis resume. Otherwise, this makes for a good project for the web developer resume. So what I would do for the web development one is I would absolutely list this project. I would still list this experience first. So I would do skills, then experience, and then I would list this project and maybe one other project, because if you're building out a web development resume, you're going to reduce a lot of what you're telling me here about what you do as a data analyst, because you're presenting yourself as a web developer who happens to dabble a little bit in data analysis. Your other resume is going to be, I'm a data analyst, I happen to do a little bit of web development as well. But right now, blending all of this into a single resume, people are going to look at this and go, which is it that you want? Do you want to be a web developer, or do you want to be a data analyst? You tell me, if I were to look at this and go, okay, well, you're showing me a web development project, your current role is a web developer, but you're giving me a lot more data and bullet points about being a data analyst. And so it's a little bit confusing to the reader. So I would pick one or the other and then kind of split the resume that way. So if you're going to build out a web developer resume, you're probably going to need a second project on here, because if you're reducing this data or this information about these jobs, when we zoom back out on that page, you're going to be losing a third of that page. Maybe not a third, maybe a quarter of that page. If you're reducing these bullet points to like maybe 2 bullet points for each of those jobs, you're going to need at least one other project on there that talks about the kind of web development experience that you have. And in that case, you probably want something where you're showing more of the fundamentals of being a web developer, like how to log in, how to process form data, how to save form data in a database, retrieve it back, that sort of thing. And so you'll probably want like another project of some kind on a web development resume. My second website project is a stats website. So again, you're kind of muddying the waters here about what do you want to be. You're building a website, but it's doing statistics. So a statistic-based website is more on the data analysis side. And so if you're going to be looking for a job as a data analyst, again, you're going to want a data analyst looking resume that you also happen to be working on this website where you're showing these statistics. But a stats website isn't going to be as applicable to the web development role, because you're still presenting like, hey, I'm a web developer, but I'm actively working on this statistic thing around where I'm doing data analysis. So you're still going to confuse the reader over what is it that you want to be in your career. You want to do data analysis? You want to do web development? That second project that you just mentioned in chat is a bit of both. So you're not helping define which of those things you want to be. Does that make sense? So you need to kind of pick and choose here. Like maybe you need to build out just a web development project where you're doing more of the HTML and the CSS and the design. You're mentioning accessibility and so on. So highlight more of that work. Like what is it about accessibility, like the A11Y and stuff like that you're doing? What specifically around accessibility are you working on? Because you talk a little bit about like the media queries and stuff. If I zoom back in here, you're utilizing media queries for responsive design to be mobile friendly, but you actually don't mention anything in here about accessibility. So like, what are you doing around accessibility? Like, how are you doing this in a way that screen readers are going to be able to sort of work with this better? Or what color schemes are you choosing to help with like color blindness and so on? Like, if accessibility is something that you're putting on a resume, it shows that you care about that. And so you should have some sort of project or work experience that accentuates, this is where I've actually practiced that. Cool. All right, so that was the third resume. So let's go into the fourth one, and then we'll do another drawing. So if you're hanging out in chat, appreciate all the viewers that are sticking around for resume reviews. I'll go through chat here. Gina the Potato Daddy Gina, thank you for the follow. I do ask that you be a follower in order to enter the giveaway, so do Bang giveaway. Thanks for dropping by in chat, Gina. So feel free to get in on that giveaway. I've got a lot of these little 3D printed kit cards that we're going to be giving away. And then every time I stream, you can come back and you can do Bang giveaway. It'll get you in for another daily giveaway. And all of those entries are giving you entries into the monthly giveaway. So you can also do Bang entries, so ! Entries. And that'll show you how many entries you have for the monthly giveaway. So if I do Bang giveaway, for example, it's going to show me statistics. So it's going to say, okay, today's daily giveaway has 13 entries. The monthly giveaway has 96 entries from 68 individual people. So a lot of people are in there more than once. Some people are in there several times because you're dropping by all the time, which is great. It's always good to have friendly faces come back. So yeah, there you go. So Gina's in the giveaway. So Gina, keep coming back to the stream. Every time I stream, you can come back and you can enter the giveaway. So I typically stream Sundays and Thursdays, but I will be streaming on off days specifically for the giveaways. So I'll be doing, like, even if it's just like a 1 hour stream, I might be building some Lego. I'm actually working on if you're really into Star Wars and you watch the Mandalorian series, actually won a life-size replica of the Darksaber from Mandalorian season 3. I think it was season 3. And I've got a lot more blade to build on this thing. But I'm going to show you a picture. That's basically what it's going to look like when it's all done. And I'm hoping that I can hang it on the lights behind me. Hope I can like actually mount that up on the wall. So some of these off-hour streams that I'm doing, not on Sunday and Thursday, I'm like building Lego or I'm doing 3D printing or something along those lines. But on Sundays and Thursdays, I'm just here for interview prep and career advancement kind of advice. So feel free to drop by and ask questions. Doesn't have to be specific to the tech industry, but that is kind of my experience, is being in the tech industry for a long time. But a lot of the advice that I give, like how you're building out these resumes and showing value to companies, is relevant no matter what industry you're in. Like you want to be able to show that relevance and value that you bring to a company. So you wanted in because of the interview prep title. Awesome. The giveaway is super cool though. Yep. So I got all these little kits that you can enter in the giveaway, and they basically build out little 3D printed ornaments like this when you actually assemble them and put them together. So if you're into Star Trek, you got lots of little Star Trek ships, Deep Space Nine, things like that. If you're into Star Wars, I've got like Millennium Falcons and X-Wings and TIE Fighters and TIE Interceptors and stuff like that. I've also got holiday things, so I've got like ornaments and Christmas trees or holiday trees. And if you're into toys, I've got things like little 3D printed catapults. So if you got like a cat or a dog and you want to like fling a treat across the room for them, this is all 3D printed. Comes in a little flat kit with instructions, tell you how to assemble it, and have some fun with it in there. Do I have any tips on what to look out for during interviews or the hiring process that show that the company is not so great? Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. It's a kind of a loaded question. What kinds of things do you look for that are flags for you as a candidate? The first one, first and foremost, is the interaction that you have with the recruiter and the hiring managers around like, what is your experience as an interview candidate? Are they treating you well? Are they respectful of your time? Do they keep you waiting on things? Do they give you information when you ask, or they're kind of like, well, let's talk about that later? Like when you apply for a job, one of the first 2 questions that I always ask a recruiter is, what's the interview process like? Like how many steps, how many stages, how many different kinds of interviews? What are the interviews going to entail? Am I going to be doing like leak code, or like how am I demonstrating my skill to use a company? And then the second question is, what is the salary range for this job? I ask that on the very first phone call of anybody that tries to reach out to me saying like, hey, do you want a job here? I always say, what's your interview process like, and what's the salary range? And if they're like, well, you know, let's talk about salary later, it's like, well, I'm in Colorado, and California also passed a law that if you're trying to recruit people in those states, you have to specify the salary. You have to tell me the salary. If you're recruiting me from Colorado, you have to tell me the salary. And same thing with California now. We're waiting for New York to pass that law, and then we're going to see like sweeping across the country, like everybody's going to start passing that law if we can get New York on there. Because New York and California have the biggest tech industries, aside from Texas, in the country. And maybe Washington State. But I think if we can get New York on board, California and New York are going to put a lot of pressure on the other states to also pass similar laws. And then we'll see salary ranges across the board. And I think it's gonna do a lot for diversity in tech and pay gap and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be good. So I always ask those 2 questions. If they kind of hem and haw and they won't really give you any of that information, that's a flag. That's a flag. They need to be upfront and really honest and forthcoming with that kind of information, and be willing to share that kind of stuff. That would be the first thing I look for. The other thing is when I do my networking, or even when I'm interviewing with people, if I'm interviewing with engineers and I'm interviewing with managers, is I ask them the same questions. For an engineer, for example, I would ask them, how often do you meet with your manager? and have like one-on-ones and get progress on how you're doing in your career and advancement and so on. And then I ask the manager the same question. How often do you meet with your employees? And I see how much of a disconnect and how much of a different answer I get, where the manager's like, oh, we meet all the time. We meet like every 2 weeks. And the engineers are like, we might meet like once a quarter. Then that tells me that the manager's out of touch. And that could be a signal that, maybe that manager thinks that they're doing more than they actually are, or they're trying to lie to me about how great it is there, where the engineers have told me something very different. So asking good questions at the interview and make sure that the answers are consistent based on who you're asking is also a good way to sort of indicate, are there flags around that kind of stuff. Generally during the interview, when you're thinking about the kinds of questions that you want to ask at an interview, I generally say earlier in the interview phase, you want to ask fewer questions and you want to ask more high-level questions, like what's the interview process like? As you get through the interview process, you're going to ask deeper and deeper questions, like what's your engineering process? How do you actually get to pick the work? How do you deploy your code? Are there any things that you don't like about that deployment process? And why haven't you changed them if you don't like them? Like you're going to get into deeper and deeper, like more important questions about those kinds of things as you go. So you generally don't want to ask questions about like, how many team outings do you have? Or how do you get together as a team, for, just culture and hanging out and stuff like that if the company is remote. You probably don't want to ask that too early on. That's the kind of question that you want to ask like later in the process. Once they get to know you and you're starting to feel like, okay, this company has potential, maybe I want to work here, maybe I need to start asking these other kinds of questions. Or you can just network with the people offline and say, hey, you interviewed me earlier today, I'm going to send you this LinkedIn request. I got a couple of questions I'd like to ask kind of off the record a little bit about working at the company. If you've got a minute to connect, I'd like to ask you 2 or 3 questions. And just reach out to them and be like, hey, appreciated your time earlier today or yesterday or however long ago that you actually interviewed with them. Just say, I got a couple of other questions that I wanted to ask. I didn't want to ask during the interview process, but I've got a question about this and this. If you got a minute to talk about it. And then, see if you can get answers from them that way. For remote jobs, RC Maniac is asking, what about remote? For remote jobs, you could also ask like, what's the plan for the company? Like, is this 100% remote? Do you want to go back to a hybrid kind of approach, or do you have some expectation that you're going to call us all back to the office at some point? You can ask those questions. Now, again, they're going to try and woo you and make it seem like everything's awesome at that job. And so they may try to sort of string you along a little bit and say, oh yeah, we're going to totally stay remote. And then like a month later, they're like, well, maybe we want to do hybrid. And a month later, it's like, well, it would be nice if everybody actually came back to the office. So again, that's where you want to ask engineers off hours, if possible, when you're networking with them, and just say, hey, when I was talking to your manager, they were talking about like, you're going to be remote forever. Like, is that what you're hearing as well? And if they say, yeah, we've actually talked about it and we are 100% remote, they're committed to that. It's like, cool. Okay. But if the employee's like, what? No, we just had a town hall meeting and they're like, they want to move back to a hybrid approach in a couple of months, then that manager just lied to you. And, again, or the recruiter lied or whatever. Sometimes that happens because they want you to think that that company's awesome and they want you to go through the interview process and whatever. Now, if that happens, you can email them back and be like, hey, based on other research that I'm doing, I've actually heard from employees that you're actually looking at a hybrid approach, but that's not what I was told on the phone, blah, blah, blah. And I just want to get some clarification on it. You don't want to sound accusatory and be like, what's the deal with this? But you want to say, like, I just want to clarify. Like, can I get some clarification on, like, what is the plan? Like, I was told it was going to be remote. I heard from another employee that it was going to be hybrid. Which is it? I just want some clarification so that I can make a good decision. And from there, you make your decision. It's like, I want to stay remote. I only want to be remote. I'm not going to relocate. So is it okay with me that I found out that information? Those are the kinds of things that you want to ask. So ask lots of questions. And ask questions of all the different people and see whether the answers are consistent. It could be an outsourced recruiter and they don't know yet. Yeah, that's true, RC Maniac. So again, the more people you ask, the more likely you're going to kind of hone in on an accurate answer on those. Appreciate the info. I don't graduate till next year, but I'm trying to keep an eye on the job market and gather as much info about the hiring process and such as I can so that I'm prepared. Absolutely. That's what my whole channel is about. So come by frequently, ask lots and lots of questions. I love answering those kinds of questions. I'm going to get through one more resume and then we're going to do another giveaway. I don't mean to rush, but we've been going for 2 hours. I've only gotten through 3 resumes here, so I do want to get through the last 3. So we're gonna do one more resume. We'll do another giveaway, and then we'll do 2 more, and then we'll do the final giveaway, and then we'll rate out after that. All right, so let's head back over here. All right, so the 4th resume that we're going to go through is a backend engineer. So again, I like to kind of zoom out and just really briefly, just kind of look at the overall layout. Again, this layout's pretty clean. I kind of see all the dates. The date formats are a little bit different. These dates are in bold. These dates are in italic, and instead they're putting the location in bold. The locations down here are also in bold, but I can also see that the font size is smaller down here than it is up here. So the first thing I would do is basically say, like, your name, you get one size of font. These headings are generally another size of font, and everything else on the page. Like, I would literally highlight everything else on the page and just go 10-point font on everything. And then I would go back and say, okay, this heading gets 12-point font, this heading gets 12-point font, this heading gets 12-point font, and maybe your name up here would get like 18 or 20-point font. So again, if you do !resume sample in chat, it'll give you the link to this Google Doc where you can kind of, if you want to borrow this, this is one way that you can kind of, grab like a header to paste into a Google Doc. If you want to do your sort of header info that way, if you choose to. But then, basically everything on here is like 10-point font, except for these headings. These headings are 12, everything else is 10-point font. So that's the first thing I do when I make a resume is I just type everything up, I highlight everything, 10-point font on just all the things. So that way I've got a consistent font size on the whole page, and then I only change the headers and I only change my name as far as other font size goes. It just makes it easier for the reader. You don't want to have a ton of font changes where you're going back and forth between bold and italic and font sizes and font faces. You don't want to make it tiring to read. Subconsciously, it's tiring to read a resume where you're doing lots and lots of font changes all the time. Now, going from a color, from a link to a bold, that's not a big deal. But if you had like lots and lots of bold all over the page, the bold on here is reasonable. You're putting bold on your project name, you're putting a bold on how many hours it took you to build, putting a bold on these dates on your projects, which I'll talk about, putting bold on your titles and bold on the schools and things like that. I would say if you also had lots of bold on like JSON API and you had a bold on, leveraged inheritance, then that would start to feel like too much bold on the page. But as much as possible, you want to be pretty consistent as far as like how you're highlighting things. Like in this case, you're putting a bold on the date, but you're not putting a bold on this date. So again, it's starting to feel a little bit inconsistent around like how you're doing these things. So again, when I read a resume, I'm looking for a reason to say no. If you make it really easy for me to find what I'm looking for, you're more likely to be a yes or a maybe. But if it's hard to read your resume, the layout looks difficult to read, or I see lots and lots of font change, I'm going to start reading and go, nah, something feels off. I'm just going to say no on this one and move on to the next one because I've got hundreds of these to go through. So as much as possible, you want to grab my attention. You want to show the impact that you're going to have. Again, whatever kind of role. If you're going for a sales role, a marketing role, technical role, whatever, you need to show high relevance to my company and the kind of role to which you've applied. I'm way more likely to put you on that yes pile and give you a phone call. Why are Ruby and JavaScript in bold on the resume that I had up a second ago? So that's an example where you can use very selective bold if you want to highlight, like, the job post is asking for JavaScript, and so I want to make sure that I highlight JavaScript on here. So as you're reading through, you can be like, okay, cool, you're a JavaScript developer. More likely, though, what I would do is, if I was looking for a JavaScript developer, is I wouldn't put JavaScript way down here in the list. If I'm looking for a JavaScript developer, then your resume better list JavaScript first. I want you to look like a JavaScript developer who knows Ruby and knows all these other things. But if you've got JavaScript way down the line, psychologically, when we read lists like this on a resume, we kind of mentally build up in our mind that I know React better than I know Ruby. I know Ruby better than I know TypeScript. I know TypeScript better than I know Python. I know all that stuff better than I know Node.js and Next.js because they're way at the end of the line. And so when we read these things left to right, we kind of think we know the stuff that you know the stuff on the left better than the stuff on the right. So this is where when you're applying for a job, you want to make sure that the stuff that you want to highlight to show that relevance, you're putting at the front of that list. Even if JavaScript really is like the fourth programming language that you know, and you maybe don't know it as well as Ruby, you want to look like a JavaScript developer who knows Ruby, not a Ruby developer who dabbles in JavaScript. Because if I'm hiring a JavaScript developer, I want to know that you're a JavaScript developer. Now, when you get to that interview, you can say, most of my study, most of the work that I've done has been in Ruby, but I know some JavaScript. Well, at that point, I'm already interviewing you, so I'm just going to keep talking to you. But you don't want to put JavaScript way down the line on this line. You don't want to put it way down the end of the list, because that makes me think that you really don't know it, and I'm less likely to call you. You put it at the front of the list, you look like a JavaScript developer who knows all of these other things. So the reason that I was putting bold on here is, like, if you really don't want to rearrange it, then you can just put a bold on here, because this specific job that you're applying to, they were looking for a JavaScript developer. So in that case, you want to look like a JavaScript developer. All right, cool. Let's get back to that fourth resume here. So having a summary on here is fine. I usually tell people, like, if you need more space on the page, that's the first thing to go. You don't have to write a summary like this. But if you do, this summary should be, you want this summary to really show the high relevance of why you're applying for this job. Like, what impact are you going to have at this job? Well, let's break this one down. You're a backend engineer. Well, you've already told me that, so you're already repeating yourself. Backend engineer with a passion for building new technologies. Well, you're not building the technology. You're building applications. Building a technology is something for a CS degree. This person went through a coding program. Building a new technology is like, you're not building a database. You're not building a server. You're building an application, which is run as a server, but you're not actually building the server layer like application. So be careful about the wording here. You're not actually building the technology itself. You're utilizing technology to build applications. You're building new applications in a collaborative environment, expertise in working with teams and clients to build efficient, non-biased, and robust applications. I would probably non-biased, past tense, and robust applications which enhance both user experience and client satisfaction. This is a really long sentence. And so when I look at this, I'm like, well, how does that help my company? You have expertise working with teams and clients to build efficient applications which enhance user experience and client satisfaction. Okay, former project manager bringing 4 years of project management experience in software development. So calling this out is fine if you're applying for a job where having some sort of project management could be beneficial. But if you're just applying as a backend engineer, backend developer, I'm going to see on your resume that you've done project management. You don't specifically have to call that out here. Calling it out here makes me think you still kind of want to dabble in that a little bit, because you're highlighting that in the summary here. So generally, what you want to provide in the summary, if you're going to put a summary on a resume, is you want to basically tell me in a couple of sentences, this is the impact that I'm going to have when you hire me. Like for me, I would write something like, if I was applying for another developer relations role, I would be putting something in here like, I'm an educator. I love sharing my knowledge. I love learning in public. I love building workshops and public speaking. Like, this is the impact that I have as a developer advocate or a developer relations person. By putting too much sort of generic stuff in here, like, I'm a software engineer. It's like, you already told me that. I like working in teams and collaboration and so on. That's fine. I am a team, so I hope that you've got that, but do you need to call that out specifically? If I've got that in the job post, then yes, call it out specifically. But if I don't specifically mention in the job post, like I'm looking for people who work in highly collaborative environments, you don't need to call this out. So you only want to put on the resume what I'm going to care to read, because then you're putting fewer words on there. It's easier to kind of read and easier to kind of pick out what I need to see on the resume. Skills block, you got languages and frameworks. I'd probably put a capital F on frameworks. Ruby, Rails, Active Record. Active Record's not a language or a framework. It's your ORM. I would probably put that elsewhere. Postgres, also not a language or a framework. So you're kind of putting things in the wrong spot. Testing, you got TDD with RSpec. Postman, yay. Keep Postman on the resumes for sure. VCR and Faker, those are fine. Those are all good tools. Workflow tools, consuming, exposing APIs, OOP, SRP, MVC, So recruiters reading this are going to be like, okay, alphabet soup, I have no idea what any of this means. That's probably okay. Hiring managers and other engineers that are looking over your resume, they're going to know what these things mean. Miro, probably not that relevant for a backend engineer. You know how to plan projects, and that's fine. You did project management, that's fine. But again, listing Miro on here makes me think that you still kind of want to dabble in project management. I probably would take that off. Working with Heroku is fine. OAuth 2, that's fine. So I would probably move some of these things into like a different sort of space, like workflow and tools. Like, yes, Git workflow, GitHub projects, that's fine. But I might actually put some of these technologies on like another bullet point of like technology tools, where this is more like just workflow. Workflow would be like consuming, exposing APIs, OOP, Git workflow, and so on. I might put like Heroku, Git, and then like Active Record and Postgres. I would put those on a different line of technologies because they seem a little bit out of place here. Software projects, I generally say like take the dates off of here. I know what sweater weather is. The fact that you did it in 18 hours, I don't know whether that impresses me or worries me because it's a big project. The fact that you did it in only 18 hours means you're either really good, or I would question a little bit like what you built and how. If you really did it in 18 hours, great. Most students that I worked on that project with took like at least a week and a half to build that thing out. But if you legit did it in 18 hours, that's fine. Most managers though, like most people looking at your resume, they don't care how long it took. Having the date on here is relevant if you need me to know that this was a really recent project that you built. So the fact that we're midway through October and you just built this in September, highly relevant. It's a modern application. You're going to be using modern technologies, modern APIs. If you list on here, like I did this one in September 2020, it's like, okay, well, that was a long time ago. Have you kept up with, Google Maps or MapQuest API? Have you kept up with Open Weather and how it's changed, over the last couple of years? Like, have you kept up to date on those technologies? So I'm a little bit, I could go either way, having the date of when you completed the project. As far as how many hours it took to build the project, I probably wouldn't put that on there because you wouldn't want them to look at that and go, okay, you spent like 8-hour days, you spent 3 days building this. It's like, how good could the project be if you only built it in 3 days, like 3 work days? Now they might look at the project and go, okay, this is a lot of code that you wrote in 3 days. You do give us their GitHub repo, but again, put it online somewhere. You did it with Postman. So go put that API online somewhere, and in your documentation say, go find that run in Postman button. Let me go interact with your API. Go put your API live somewhere. Let me go interact with that API through Postman. It's harder to do for a backend engineer, but that would be one way to let me experience what you've built, is by using Postman, using a tool like Postman. But otherwise, a lot of this looks fine. So this person went to Turing, which is where I taught, so they're following a lot of the career development stuff that I was a part of shaping and have kind of influenced over the years. So they know how to write good project descriptions and so on. Having a comma and then the parentheses looks a little out of place. I would probably get rid of the comma on here. Now football is like one of the early projects at Turing, reading in CSV data and so on. So this is where you need to really be careful about picking and choosing which projects you put on a resume. If you're applying for a job where you're going to be doing something like data analysis and you want to be able to pull large data files in and large data sets and doing lots of calculations and actually doing data analysis on that data, then yes, this would be a project that you would put on there. But if the company is like, if that's a big part of the role, I would probably put that project first because it's more relevant to what the company is doing. Where these two projects, like this is like a full stack kind of thing, but like which part of it did you work on? Sweater Weather is just a backend API that you built, and this is just a command line tool that you built. But if my company is doing data analysis, you probably want to list this one first because it's more relevant to the company. If they're hiring for a backend engineer, listing your capstone project here is fine, as long as you can kind of say like, this was my responsibility. Like I actually went and called these other APIs as part of building out the back end of this project. that I went and consumed some of these APIs. Is the sound breaking up? Let me know. I have had audio issues in the past, so okay, it's maybe just that one person. I hope it's only that one person. But if other people are experiencing that, let me know, and I can see if I can change my microphone again. I've been having tons of hardware issues on this system lately. Cool. From there, we're getting into professional experience, non-technical experience, North American operations deployment for US Bank. You are a project manager here. If you're not applying for another project management role, you don't need to give me 5 bullet points about that job that are multi-line. Like you've got 3 bullet points here that are 4 bullet points here that are more than 1 line of text. You probably want to reduce this down to like 3 bullet points at most that don't go any further than like the date over here. So you want to fill up 2/3 to 3/4 of a line, and that's all. The fact that you've got 4 bullet points that are 2 lines each, this is way too much. Again, this is kind of telling me that you really enjoyed being a project manager, and that's still part of your identity as a developer, is that you still really like project management. It's good to show the relevance. It's good to show what you've got on here. The fact that you're also doing like, JSON API stuff is important, but I would probably leave that kind of stuff on there, agile and sprint planning and so on. But is it important to tell me that you're doing internal documentation for these 2 things, these 2 auditing companies that unless they are in some sort of auditing fintech type of technology company, they're not even going to know who these 2 companies are, and so this bullet point becomes meaningless to them. So again, you want to show the relevance to the company. So delivered point of sale hardware and software solutions and advice to clients from hardware testing, QA, and so on. Again, if that's relevant to the company where you're applying, leave that bullet point on there. But I would probably advise this person, like, try to get this down to 3 bullet points at most, 3/4 of a line of text each, and like give me the most impactful, like this is why it mattered that I did this JSON API error troubleshooting. Like I did, API troubleshooting to increase performance by 20% or something like that, or worked with the team to increase performance by 20%. Like, tell me the impact of it, not just the thing that you did, but tell me the impact. But this is too much to tell me on a resume. You want to look like a software developer who happens to do a little bit of project management. But again, you're kind of screaming on here, I'm a project manager, and you want to reduce that as much as possible. Education on here looks fine. So again, kind of looks fine. The dates line up. This date kind of sticks out to the right a little bit more, like the 7 on 2017 looks like it kind of pushed into that right margin a little bit. I would probably put the locations next to the school, next to the name, and then pull this date up on the line where you've got Englewood here. Pull these dates up where you've got the locations. Put the location over here. Now, in the case of Turing, this is actually a remote program. So I would actually put remote on here. Turing's headquarters was in Denver, but it's a remote school, so I would probably just call it remote now. And then you've got commas on these, which makes it feel like you forgot to mention something else. You are pushing the dates over here, but again, I would probably just put 3-letter months on here, like APR for April, MAR for March, and things like that. And I would, in this case, I would also say March 2022 to November 2022, because you do the year on these other dates as well. So just be consistent about that. All right, so that's the 4th resume. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to chew on a caramel and hydrate a little bit. We're going to do another giveaway. If you are not in the giveaway, do !giveaway, just like I'm doing in chat. I'm not actually entering the giveaway though, but this is going to tell me some statistics. Uh-oh, come back to me, Twitch. Are we having latency issues again? I'm still showing everything green here. Audio still looks good. But yeah, get in on the giveaway. If you've already been in the giveaway, you don't need to re-enter. It's gonna keep you in there the whole time for the day. Hello from Brazil. Good to see you. Hello from Colorado. Iggy Smalls giving me a sad face. Uh-oh. Yeah, get in on the giveaway for sure. And then every entry on the stream like this, we're going to give you an entry into the monthly giveaway where we do the bigger giveaways. So we'll go back over to the chat screen here. You don't know what it is? Well, the giveaway is going to be for little 3D cards like this. So these are made on a 3D printer, and they're going to turn into a little model that looks like this. So basically you're going to take the parts from here. Now it's a different version of the Enterprise. This is the newer one. This is the original series. But you're basically going to get a card like this in the mail. And from that, you're going to have instructions on how to take all these pieces apart and build a little 3D model. Now, a lot of these are done as an ornament. You can see there's a little hook on here that you can put a piece of string if you actually want to hang that as an ornament, or just hang it from your ceiling, hang it from a lamp or something like that. But I've got Star Wars, I've got Star Trek, I've got toys, you know, things like little catapults and so on, or I've got holiday ornaments and things like that. So you're basically entering for some of these as 3D printed gifts. And then every entry on a stream, so every time I stream, you can come by and do ! giveaway. And then at the end of the month, in November, we're going to be doing a big giveaway. I'm not telling you what all of the prizes are, but Mr. Deadpool here, which is 3D printed, this was done on a 3D printer in multicolor. This is not painted at all. This is all filament. If I zoom in really, really close, it's just filament. There's no paint on here anywhere. Like not even sandpaper. This is exactly how it came off the printer. I like hit it with a heat gun because there were like little threads of filament. But aside from that, no post cleanup, no paint on this whatsoever. This is exactly how it came off the printer. So this is going to be one of our monthly giveaways. So if you're a Deadpool fan or you know a Deadpool fan, this is a potential giveaway on November 1st. So every time you come by the stream and do ! giveaway, you have the chance to win one of these. But each one of those entries is giving you an entry into the monthly giveaway where you could win something like Deadpool. I've also got some other stuff planned. There's potentially a Lego kit, and some other things. That's all I'm going to tell you. So yeah, that's a 3D print. Do I ship to Brazil? I will ship these little ones to Brazil. If you win the big one, I'll figure out a way to ship that to you, sure. We'll figure that out. But here's the thing. You got to be here on November 1st. You need to be here in chat on November 1st when I draw the monthly giveaway. If you're not here, I'm only going to give you like a small window of time to respond in chat. Let me know that you're accepting the gift, and then I'll get the contact info and I'll ship it to you. But if you're not here, we're going to redraw. Someone else will win. The print came out very clean. Yeah, there's no paint on it at all, Juggling. There's no paint on that whatsoever. It's exactly how it printed on the printer. You miss seeing Deadpool because Twitch won't load. Well, RC, I've sent you pictures. Like RC Maniac knew what I was printing before I even showed it on the stream. So you've seen pictures. It's your browser. Need to restart? Okay, we'll go restart your browser. Can you ask a question about careers? Absolutely. Yep, that's exactly why I'm here. So tonight we're doing resume reviews. I got 2 more resumes to go through, but absolutely. We're going to do a drawing here in a moment. So every 2 resumes, I'm doing a drawing. But yeah, by all means, ask questions. That's exactly why I'm here. So I normally stream Sundays and Thursdays, all about career advice, career advancement, getting ready for interviews, how to make resumes, how to really stand out to companies, how to show relevance to companies. That's exactly what I'm here for. So yeah, please, by all means, ask questions. And if you'd like to ask something anonymously, you can send a whisper over to my bot. So there's instructions here. And if you send something that's too long, the bot will basically, instead of sharing your message with us in chat, it'll say like, hey, somebody tried to send a message, but it was too big. And that just is a signal to you then that you need to make a shorter message, send it into the bot. And then it'll just come up, and instead of your name, it'll say anonymous question, and it'll just give us the text of your question. So yeah, by all means, please ask questions. I'm gonna hydrate for a minute, and then we're gonna do the giveaway. So I'll give you like 2 minutes to get in the giveaway. We got a lot of people lurking in chat. Not a lot of people entered in the giveaway. We've only got about, what, 15 or 16 entries? So please, 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 get in the giveaway. I can't tell you what I'm drinking, but I'll give you a hint. One of my favorite jokes. Big into dad jokes. Do exclamation joke. We'll get some humor in here as well. All right, so you asked in chat, I'm a self-taught programmer, and I want to get a job in the US. I missed some base studies from CC. What would you recommend? Give me some context on what CC is. What would you recommend, or what do you think is the minimum that a web developer should know to be considered a software engineer? So a couple of things that I would do in there. In order to show that you kind of have enough experience as a web developer, you want to build a project that covers a lot of the basics of what we do as a developer. But that depends on whether you want to focus on back-end development, front-end development, full stack development, mobile development, and basically, computer science, okay. So if you don't have a CS degree, it will be much, much harder to get a job in the United States because of visas and things like that. If you have a degree, they're more willing to bring you into the country. It's not a guarantee, but it will be easier if you have a degree. What I've seen some people do is they get a bachelor's degree, they come to the US to get a master's degree, and then as part of their master's study, they start applying for jobs. So when their master's degree is finished, they've got a job ready to go. That's how some people do it. You have 3 years of experience, all of it in front end. Okay, an associate's degree, it could be enough, but again, it depends on what kind of work you want to do. If you want to focus on front end development, then I would be building up a project portfolio showing what you can do as a front end developer. If you've got 3 years of experience, if it is professional experience on the job, like you've actually been employed by somebody for 3 years, then I think a lot of companies will consider you. But with the economy being what it is right now, I don't know how likely a company is going to be to hire somebody from another country and sponsor a visa to come to the United States. They may have the opportunity to let you stay where you are and pay you for working remotely. But again, you're gonna have to kind of interact with the companies and find out from the companies whether that's something that they're willing to do. So again, you're gonna have to research companies and you're gonna have to find out from them whether that's a possibility. But to move to the United States, that's a little bit different. I would say you probably need to work with a company for a little while and then see if you can get a transfer and give them time to work through the visa process where they can try to sponsor a visa. But trying to just move to the United States right away, it's a long process to get a visa to even come to the United States, much less come here and work. It's a lengthy process. Countries have different like waiting times and waiting lists and things like that. Like some countries are like 5-10 years on a waiting list before you can even come to the country. And some of it is based on what you know and what you're going to do as far as work and so on. So there's a lot in that answer. Unfortunately, it's not an easy answer to give. Some companies, like really big technology companies, like what we call FANG companies or manga companies, like Meta, Apple, Google, Facebook, Netflix. Well, Facebook is Meta. Like Oracle, like all the really, really big tech companies, like take the top 10, 20 tech companies. They're going to have a little bit easier time with the work visas because they're constantly applying for work visas. It may be a little bit easier for them to get a work visa, but it's going to be much harder for you to get a job with them, even though it's going to be easier for them to get the work visa. Because it's harder to get a job at those companies. It's just the nature of wanting to work at a very prestigious kind of company. They make their interview process much, much harder. Not impossible, but it will be more difficult for sure. You want a remote job, you don't want a visa. Okay, so to clarify that then, reaching out to a company and say like, hey, I want to work remotely, it will depend a little bit on whether the company has some kind of established base in your area or whether they can set up some kind of thing, because there are tax implications if they have employees in different countries. There are different tax implications for the business and so on. The best thing I can say is start networking, get to know people at different companies, and start to find out like, hey, do you have any employees in my area already at the company? Or you might be able to do some searching on LinkedIn and say, who at that company, does anybody live in my country? If so, then that means the company's already got some kind of employment standard for people that live there, and it'll be much easier for you to get a remote job. If they don't have anybody in your company or in your country that work at that company, it'll be more difficult. Not impossible, but it will be more difficult to say like, hey, I've got all the skills that you need. You really need to like spend the time and the money and the energy to set up paying me remotely in this other country. Because again, there may be tax implications for them as a business in order to do that. Like for example, we just got told at work that we've got flexibility to kind of work from wherever, but if we go to another country, we actually have to ask permission to go like travel and be like a remote worker, like a like nomad kind of worker, where it's like I want to go work in Japan for the next 6 months. Even if I could get a visa to go work in Japan, I don't know if the company can pay me if I go to Japan because they need to have an established, sort of financial system or whatever to pay an employee that lives in Japan. Even though I'm from the US, originally from Canada, but because I'm living in another country, they have to be able to pay people in that country um, as employees. And so if they don't currently have that set up, they've got to set it up, and that takes time and resources and so on. So if they've already got something established in your country, it'll be a lot easier to get that remote job. If they don't, it'll be harder, but not impossible. So just network as much as you can and try to find those companies that already have an established employee, at least one employee in your country, and chances are much, much easier that you'll get a remote job. Time zone is a concern sometimes. It depends on the company though. Some companies are a lot more flexible about time zones and time zone management and things like that though. It's always hard. It can be. It doesn't have to be, but it can be hard. RC Maniac says, be careful on visa jobs. My company was acquired and the new one went, oh, we need to see how we do visas. And I had coworkers who left because they needed the company sponsoring the visa now rather than like maybe we'll see. It's not a guarantee with work visas and so on. It can be tricky. All right, so we gave time for people to get in the giveaway. So we'll do another giveaway. I think working asynchronously is growing. Yeah, it is. But again, it depends on the company and whether the company is already set up to do that or whether they're willing to adapt to accommodate that. If they don't already do like asynchronous outside of like North American time zones, like if most of the companies in North America and you're like the first employee over in Europe or something like that, it's a much different time zone. If they're not currently set up for that, if you've got expertise in something, they're more likely to set it up. But if you're like an entry-level developer, they're like, do we really want to support an entry-level dev who's working very different hours than we are? Because it's going to be harder to support you. You're either going to be offsetting your work hours to mirror their work hours so that you can get that mentorship, or you need to show that you can actually take a lot of direction and go work on things independently so that they can start to trust that if I give you this thing to do, like we're going to end our workday, there's a several hour gap, and then you start your workday, that by the time you're finishing your workday, we're restarting our workday, that we can actually see that you've made some progress and that you're not just like, you hit a bug and you can't ask anybody for help at 2 a.m. my time because everybody's asleep. And so you just sit there and twiddle your thumbs all day and you don't get anything done. So they want to know that you've got resources and that you can work independently in that case. If you've already got expertise in an area, it'll be much easier to do that. But if you're new, it's going to be a little bit harder to convince them of that. So again, if you can show that relevance and you can show them that you can do that job, it'll be easier to make that happen. Mark H., good to see you. So glad to start back at work on Monday. That's awesome. Yeah, let us know how that job's going to go for you. We're about to do the next daily giveaway. So if you're not already in the giveaway, ! giveaway, get your ticket for the day, get your ticket for the monthly entry. We got about 100 entries for the monthly giveaway. Company may say fully remote, but if you're Australian and the team is in Colorado, they may go, well, we have a stand-up every day at 3 p.m. Mountain Time, and then, yeah, it's going to be much harder to attend, for sure. Cool. All right, well, we're going to do the giveaway now that Mark H. showed up. Mark H., good to see you. Let's do giveaway daily. All right, so this is the second of 3 giveaways that we're doing here. All right, so here we go. Drum roll, please. And our second recipient, Extreme Dude up in Canada, if I recall. You have been selected as a recipient. So Extreme Dude, if you're still hanging out in chat, let me know in chat that you're there. I'll give you about a minute or so to respond, if you're there. If you are there, you'll get to choose Star Wars, Star Trek, Holiday, or Toy. And if you choose Holiday or Toy, then we'll talk about like filament color. But if you want like Star Wars or Star Trek, I'll probably do like a silver, a white, or a light gray or something for the starships. Or I've got a Tauntaun model for the Star Wars. I'll probably do that in like a tan or a beige or something like that. By the way, scientists have figured out the internal body temperature of a tauntaun is lukewarm. Just wanted to share that scientific tidbit with everybody. If you haven't seen Empire Strikes Back, then you probably won't get it. But yeah. All right, a couple of you got it. It's good. Extreme Dude. Extreme Dude. You got about 15 seconds to respond. I tried filling the time with a dad joke, and we have not seen Extreme Dude respond. Can I show the Deadpool again? Absolutely. There you go, Deadpool. So Extreme Dude, no, I'm just kidding. The Twitch video is not loading, so here's Mr. Deadpool. Actually, let me go over to this one. Oh wait, I don't have the camera on that one. Never mind. Let's go back to this one. So here's Mr. Deadpool. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie? I don't know. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie? So this is a multicolored print. This is going to be one of our monthly giveaways. I've been thinking about buying one of those little printable things. Deadpool was so good, it was all black. Yeah, it was just an extreme close-up of his sleeve, that's all it was. But yeah, it came out looking really, really nice. It's got 7 different colors of filament. It's a little hard to discern the light gray and the white on his eyes and collar, but basically I did a color switch. As soon as it finished printing the white on the grenade, I switched over to a bright white color. You can kind of see it here. It's a lot easier to see in person, but basically the white on his collar and the white of his eyes is much brighter than the white on the buckles and so on down below. But yeah, this is going to be one of the monthly giveaways. So every time I stream, you come in, you do bang giveaway, you have a chance to win Mr. Deadpool here. So this took about 4 days to print. It is 1 pound and 2 ounces, so it's beefy. It'll hurt somebody if you throw it, but I don't recommend throwing it. The swords will probably snap off if you do. But it printed really, really nice. So this was done on the Bamboo X1C, the X1 Carbon, with their multicolor system. Came out really great. If I were to do it again, I would use less infill, less perimeters. I'd probably drop down to a 0.4 nozzle. I did this with a 0.6 nozzle and 0.2 millimeter layer height, so came out with some pretty nice detail. But I would probably go down to a 0.4 nozzle, less infill, and I would probably try to figure out a way, now that I can see the amount of detail, I probably wouldn't do as much color change around that grenade as I did. I would probably recolor the grenade a little bit. But once I get the second AMS system in, then I'll get 8 colors. And then you can still like swap the filaments out. Like this has 7 different colors off of an AMS that only does 4 colors. And basically how I pulled that off was I digitally painted the bottom of this white. And once I got up to here, I swapped. So I started with green filament instead of white. It printed up to here, and then I pulled out the green filament and I put the light gray in for the buckles. And then once it got up to here, I pulled that one out and I put white in to grab his collar and his eyeballs. Well, same thing with the sword handles. I digitally painted the sword handles the beige of his pouches. So once it finished printing up around his shoulders, I only had like this much time to where it started printing the beginning of the handles here to pull out the brown filament and put in the blue-gray filament for the handles. So, you know, if you're in there and you happen to be there at the right time, then you get to swap those things out. So, lightning infill, yeah, I'll probably do a much more sparse infill for sure. Dad jokes and puns are my favorite kind. Yeah, same with me. I keep them all in a database. All right, I'm gonna do. Oh, we did the giveaway and we never heard from Extreme Dude, did we? All right, Extreme Dude, I'm gonna mark you down as having been chosen, but not responsive. Extreme Dude. We're chosen as a recipient, but not responded. So we're gonna do another giveaway. So that basically means they won't get repicked for the day because they've been tagged. So I will do one more giveaway, and then we'll get into those last couple of resumes. So giveaway daily. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Blind by Yakko. Blind by Yakko. I mean, 2 giveaways? I mean, this is the second of 3 giveaways. So Blind by, if you're there, let me know in chat that you're still hanging out. you're still hanging around in chat, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to redraw again. But yeah, we're doing 3 giveaways. So every 2 resumes, I'm doing a giveaway. So this is our second of 3 because I've gotten through 4 of the 6 resumes. It's taken a minute to get through all of this. But once I get through the 6th resume, we'll do the 3rd giveaway and then we'll rate out after that. So Blind Buy, he's still hanging out in chat. We've got a lot of folks in chat that haven't actually been chatting. So if they went into lurk mode, they are also not going to be the recipient. So I'm going to give them another moment. I'm going to take off my microphone for a second. I'm going to go get some more water. So we'll give them a moment. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. All right, so still no sign. So we'll redraw again. All right, let me go tag them as having been selected. All right, it was a fast model. I mean, my drinks are just right there. Then I'd be back in a moment, not like 2 minutes. All right, I mean, we gave everybody a lot of time to respond here, so we'll do one more attempt. Giveaway daily. Another drum roll. Our 3rd attempt is our friend in Brazil. Almeida? Not sure how to pronounce the first part of your name other than Almeida. I'm guessing Almeida is a surname. But yes, they must be here. I mean, they were just chatting a moment ago. They were asking all kinds of questions. So they were the one asking the questions about the remote job, right? So hopefully they're still there. So how would you all pronounce that username? Part of me wants to pronounce it Cake Almeida. I don't think that's correct. But if our friend in Brazil is listening, you must be here in chat. I don't really want to draw a 4th name. They were just here a minute ago. Going up in chat. That was them, right? They were asking about the remote job? Yeah. Almeida. Right, they said they were from Brazil, right? So, to our friend in Brazil, first time chat, we'd love to have you come back. My chat won't scroll up far enough. But CAIQ Almeida. Come on. Be there, please. Rutro. Alright, we're gonna have to draw a 4th person for our 2nd drawing. At this point, the contest bot is just ruling out all the people that wandered off. Maybe. This is the pain of giveaways for sure. I mean, they followed 24 minutes ago. They were the most recent follow. All right, well, I'm gonna hydrate a little more, and we'll see if they come back. How's audio hanging? Is audio still coming through nice and clear and stuff? So I was told earlier today that this lav mic had like a bunch of like buzzing and humming and whatever. Does it's great now? Okay, good. Good to know. I'm really tempted to just like wipe the system and just reinstall everything from scratch. I'm having hardware issues with the video card. I want to like take the thing out and like blow air out of it and all kind of like blow all the dust out of it and stuff like that. See if that'll help. But my DisplayPort ports aren't working, so I'm down to 2 monitors from 3. It's It's frustrating. And then just tons of audio issues. I've gone through tons of microphones, had camera issues right before the stream, so the stream started late. Has a jingle at the end of the speech as the system detects that your speaking is finished. So it's still doing that? That's interesting. Or is that just the music? Because I got music playing in the background. Is it the music that you're hearing, RC Maniac? Like if I turn off the music, if I go over to Spotify and shut off the music, so no more music playing, and this is just me talking. If I stop talking, you still hear that ringing? Like you still hear something, like when I stop talking, it's still there. Do other people hear that, or is it just RC Maniac? I have tinnitus. Yeah, I mean, so do I. But you don't hear anything when I stop talking. No ringing. Okay, well, I don't know. I'll go back and I'll listen to the recording after the fact and see if we can get that figured out. All right, the ringing is very faint. Didn't notice till you pointed it out. Okay, well, sorry that I pointed it out and now it's something that you hear. You hear a jingle sometimes, but it's while you're talking. Again, I wonder if it's like a blending of the audio or something like that. I wonder if the noise suppression is like trying to filter out some of the music or something. I don't know. All right, we're gonna do one last attempt at this giveaway, and if this person is not here, then I'm just gonna go ahead and skip this giveaway, and we will just do the other one after the next two resumes. I have studio headphones. They use these for making a lot of music and movies. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's try one more giveaway. Hopefully this person's here. Subsector 3D. I'm guessing Subsector 3D is long since gone. Subsector rated in a while ago. I'm guessing that Subsector is not still among us. Yeah, she's probably gone. You know what? Because she rated in, she brought a bunch of people over. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna send her some Star Wars. I'm gonna send her some Star Wars stuff. I'm gonna send her a message and say, hey, you got selected as a recipient, but even though you weren't there in chat, because you rated in, I want to send you some stuff, so send me your address. I'm gonna send her a bunch of Star Wars. She'll love it. I know she hates Star Wars. I know, that's the joke of it. No, I better send her some Star Trek, or she'll like drive to Colorado and burn down my house or something. All right, well, let's go back into the last couple of resumes because I don't want to be here all night long. So let's go back over there and we'll do a couple more. So let me mark her down. It's in the Star Trek kit. The raid. Cool. All right, let's go back and let's finish up these resume reviews. So these last two, they're going to go quicker because we've, I want to be careful not to get too repetitive on the advice here. So let's do these last two and then we'll go through. So Lords sent this in, and I believe sent a message earlier that said you're looking for your first job, and that wasn't initially sent in with the notes. If I go look at the notes on this one, so they're also a Turing student. I'd love any critique on the resume. So they're also looking for their first job. It looks like get another resume in. Oh no, I've already got that one. Okay. Right, cool. Cool. All right. So let's get in on this one. So from Lourdes, they were basically saying like, I'm looking for my first job. So let's go take a look at this one. Good job kind of masking things out. We got LinkedIn, we got GitHub. So again, skills block right up top. I love seeing that. I think that's a good way to show in a hurry how am I relevant for the job that you've posted. I think that's a good way to show that in a hurry. By the way, Moby Keys, appreciate the follow. You can do Bang Giveaway if you want to get an entry for the giveaway. We're going to do one more giveaway tonight, and then every entry gives you an entry into the monthly giveaway that we're doing. So just seeing the project names, yeah, they're front end. engineer, front-end software. So languages, React and JavaScript. So as a front-end engineer, I probably want to see JavaScript as a language first and then the framework. Hey, Midnight Simon, raiding us in. Party of 23. Midnight Simon, good to have you over here as well. I'm gonna stop that clip. I'm gonna go back to the chat screen here and say, Midnight Simon, good to have you. I've raided into your channel a bunch. It's good to have you bring your community over here. I'm Ian Douglas. I'm the author of the website Tech Interview Guide. I love helping people out with interviews and career prep. And tonight we're doing some resume reviews for folks. But I've also got a giveaway thing going on. So if you want to do exclamation point giveaway, you do need to follow the channel. But what I'm giving away are some cool little 3D kit cards that turn into little 3D models. I've got Star Wars, I got Star Trek, I got like toys if you want to build like a little catapult kind of thing. But here's the kicker. Every entry, if you keep coming by the rest of my streams for the rest of the month, I stream at least twice a week, sometimes more than that. We're going to be doing a really big giveaway at the end of the month. This is one of the things that I'm giving away. So this is a 3D printed Deadpool bust, and it's 3D printed in multiple colors, not a drop of paint on here, I promise. This is all 3D printed plastic. Really nice Deadpool bust, lots of colors on here. It's a pound of filament. So this is 1 pound, 12 ounces, or 560 grams for those in that prefer metric, something like that. It's about 560 grams of filament. So the only thing is you got to follow and you got to do exclamation point giveaway. Talk about that up here above my face. And I also am doing a fundraiser for diversity in tech. So if you want to cheer bits, do subs, donations, anything like that, it all goes into that pool of money that you see up here, the $350, and then I'm matching all of that money. So if you do bang money in chat, you'll see a link to the webpage where I do financial transparency about here's all the money I make as a streamer. All of that's going into a pot of money. I'm matching that entire pot of money, and then that's all going out to an organization whose primary mission is to increase diversity in tech. It's something that I really believe in, and so I'm a big fan of that. So if you want to participate in that, that's great. You don't have to donate or cheer or anything like that to get in on the giveaway. The giveaway is totally free. And every entry that you get on a daily giveaway like we're doing right now, every entry of that is going to give you an entry into the monthly giveaway where you're going to win Deadpool, a Lego kit of some kind, and one yet unannounced prize. So definitely give me a follow. I printed that myself. Wolf Uru, or Woof. I'm just going to call you Woof. That's okay. I 3D printed that. And I'm 3D printing like all of these things here. I've got a fleet of 3D printers here, and I'm building another one. Can't really see the red frame down here, but I'm building another enormous 3D printer. So big into 3D printing, big into Lego that you see over here. Yeah, so this is all stuff that I'm making. It's all going into the giveaway. So we're gonna have great big Deadpool bust, at least one Lego kit. And so at the end of the month, November 1st, we're gonna be doing the big monthly giveaway. Otherwise, I stream Sunday mornings and Thursday nights, and I do everything from resume reviews to how to research companies, how to get through the interview process, how to do negotiations, like everything from I want to get a job in tech to how do I start that job now that I got my job offer signed and I'm actually starting the job, how do I actually be an effective employee? I cover everything. So feel free to come by, drop questions in chat. We're doing some resume reviews. We've got 2 resume reviews left. As soon as I get through that, we're doing a giveaway. And then we're going to wrap up for the night because I've been going for about 3 hours. So yeah, get in on the giveaway. You do need to follow the channel in order to get in on the giveaway. That's the only thing that I ask. Appreciate the hydrate. So yeah, get in on the giveaway. You will need to be in chat when I do the giveaway. You will need to be in chat because I'm going to ask you what kind of 3D print you want, and then I'll get your details and I'll mail that out to you. So Midnight Simon's asking 3D printed keyboard when. So I've seen, so I actually, for someone, a previous student of mine, I actually 3D printed the case that all the electronics go into, where you lay down the circuit board and then you put the keycaps on that. And it was a totally split ergonomic kind of thing. They wanted like a custom color of plastic and the whole bit, so I 3D printed that for them. As far as an entire 3D keyboard, it's possible. They make conductive filament, but I would think too much action on the thing would probably start to deteriorate the filament. Plus with the conductive nature, like electrons going through, it's going to heat up and that degrades the plastic as well. So you can make like actual 3D printed circuitry with conductive filament, but it's less effective than you might think. But you can certainly 3D print the keycaps. You can 3D print the case that everything goes into, but you wouldn't be able to 3D print the actual circuit or the actual switch of the key itself. But yeah, you can do, some of it at least with 3D printing. Dactyl Manuform. I'm not sure what the model was, to be honest. I don't recall. He sent me the model and I printed it on the printer, and I upsized it a little bit because some 3D printed plastics actually shrink over time. So I think I upscaled it like 1 or 2%, so that by the time it shrinks back down like 6 to 8 months later, it would like fit around the electronics and be nice and firm in there. But yeah, it was a split kind of ergonomic kind of layout where it was 2 pieces and then you connect them together with a USB cable. I've seen other people on Twitch use them, but I don't know the model. I'm not into the mechanical stuff. I'm very much the silent keyboard type. I don't want to have to wear headphones to like drown out my own clicky clacky kind of sound. That's just me though. I know a lot of folks here on Twitch are really big into the mechanical keyboards, but it's a bit much for me, to be honest. Cool. So I'm going to get into the last 2 resume reviews. And so I do like this little thing that you'll see happen over here in chat where it says like Ian's not paying attention to chat. It's just a little clip thing that I do that I automate on my system that when I start and stop my own clip, it's actually extracting a portion of the video out as a separate MP4 that I can upload to YouTube later. So if you want to go check out my YouTube channel, I got lots of advice and stuff over there. What else can I show you? I'm on all the socials as Ian Douglas 736. So you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, I'm happy to make introductions for people. So if you ever want to know, like, does Ian know anybody at Microsoft that he can introduce me to? Here's a link over here that you can use. Then it'll tell you how to go utilize somebody else's network, see whether they know somebody at that company and say, hey, Ian, you happen to know this guy Simon that works at Google. Can you make an introduction? Send me Simon's profile. I'll make an introduction. Just be like, person's hanging out on my live stream. They'd really like to talk to you specifically at your company. You got a minute to connect with them. Here's their profile. I'll make as many of those introductions as people want. I put that invitation out all the time. I might get 5 people a month asking, can you make me 1 introduction? I'm happy to make as many introductions as people like. Please take me up on it. I've got a decent sized network. I know people that know people. So if you want to know, does Ian know somebody at a company, or just how to utilize your network to grow your network and get to know people at companies where you're interested in working, go check out those instructions. But I'm happy to make introductions for people. So take me up on it. Otherwise, yeah, go check out my YouTube channel. I got lots of these clips of like resume reviews and just general Q&A kind of stuff. Lots of playlists around just general prep, technical questions, behavioral questions. You can go check that out on YouTube. So we got 2 resumes left to go through, and then we're going to wrap up for the night. So let me go back over to that screen and we'll start that clip again. So this person is a code school graduate. They just finished, let's see, when are they finishing at Turing? They just finished this past month, and they sent in the resume saying, I'm looking for my first job. How do I stand out? So we were kind of looking like at a really high level, like how's the overall sort of use of the page? It looks pretty balanced, as far as like how things are laid out. It's pretty easy to see, like there's not a ton of text on here. It's going to be pretty easy to get through. And that's kind of the impression that you want to give on a resume, is that you're making their life easy. You want to show them in a hurry what value you bring to the company, but also that you're not going to be like a huge drain on their time by giving them like wall-to-wall, top-to-bottom text that they've got to try to read through to find pertinent information about whether you're relevant for their job. So as much as possible, we want to try to convey in a hurry, this is the value that I bring to your company. So the first thing I like to do is kind of zoom out, kind of get a sense of that overall look and feel, just so I can give advice on that sort of thing. So they're a front-end developer. They're doing a good job right away. Just these are the skills that I know. And I think that that's a really important thing. One recommendation I made is maybe don't list React first. You probably want to list the programming languages first and then put React after that. The testing, they've got 3 testing libraries. I know Mocha and Chai are used together most frequently, but I would still put a comma in between them instead of the slash, because Cypress, Mocha, and Chai, they're all individual libraries. Even though Mocha Chai are used as a pairing the most often, I would still comma delimit it. The fact that there's only 3 of them and the rest of this is all just empty space over here, I would probably find a way to combine this a little bit instead of just calling these 3 short library names out on a line by itself. I might try to figure out, like, is there something else that I could put together that sort of makes logical sense of how to group these things. By the way, if anybody in chat also has ideas around resumes and whatnot, please put that in chat as well. I'm a big fan of like sharing knowledge and helping each other grow. So if you've got ideas and opinions, please drop those in chat. And the person that sent in this resume, they can watch this later on YouTube, and they'll see your comments in chat as well. If you've got thoughts and comments, even if they contradict what I'm saying, that's totally fine. I'm a big fan of saying, like, you got to listen to lots of opinions, because you'll form a better opinion of your own when you hear lots of opinions from other people. Fluent in Spanish, I think, is a really good thing to put on a resume if you're targeting a company or a country where those companies are, where speaking that alternate language is going to be important, or if their customer base perhaps is in a country where they speak Spanish. This is a great thing to really point out, as long as it's really relevant to the company. If it's not as relevant to the company, you can keep it on there if it's important to you to show that. But generally, when you build out a resume, you want to fill it with things that are important to the company and not just important to you. When I'm looking at a resume, I'm looking for a quick reason to say no. And then when I do find things that are relevant, I'm looking for things that are most relevant to the company first and foremost, and then all of the nice to haves kinds of things. So for something like this, knowing that you are fluent in Spanish is fine if that's important to my company. If it's not important to my company, it's like, okay, cool, it's good to know. But it's not going to influence my decision necessarily, the fact that you know Spanish and someone else doesn't. If I was looking at two identical resumes, if a Spanish-speaking employee was not a critical aspect of the job, then it wouldn't be a deal breaker one way or the other of like, oh, I definitely want to hire this person because they also speak Spanish. So something to think about there. Gina says in chat, I feel if they can't find a way to extend the testing skills, they could try moving it down below UI UX so it's more visually pleasing than having a gap between the longer lines. That's a good point. Yep, they could bring that down and bring the tools and workflow UI UX up and just bring this line down before the spoken language. I think you could probably also just call this like other libraries, because they've done, like, I know the front end program at Turing, they've done more than just React. They've done Redux and they've done Router and stuff like that they don't list here in their skills block. So they could just have like libraries where they list all of these other technologies as well, and just list all those other things. Like if their project, for example, used Router, used Sass, which they don't mention. They mention CI/CD, which they don't put up top. But if they're, like, for example, if their capstone project used GraphQL, then they've also used Apollo, which they don't mention. So it depends on other technologies and so on. But I think that they could probably just call this libraries instead of specifically testing, and just say like libraries or tools or something like that. Although they have tools and workflows, so I'd probably call this libraries, and then just list all of those other libraries that they use. They also don't put Node on here. They would have done some work in Node. So I think just filling out the skills block, I think would be important here. On the projects, I like to see like a user empathy statement. Like, what does the user even do here? It takes the thinking out of picking a restaurant. That's a great way to sort of start that user empathy. You click on a cuisine option, receive a random restaurant suggestion in your city. Cool. You're telling me what the user does. This kind of enforces you're a front-end developer, you care about the user. You're telling me why you built this project with a user in mind, and not by starting the project listing with, I built this cool React, progressive web app, using Router and Sass, and put it on CI/CD and so on and so on and so on. I've seen a lot of project descriptions where it's like, I built this thing using this, alphabet soup of technologies, without even telling me what the app even is. So unless your project name is really descriptive, in this case, Food Dive doesn't really tell me anything about what the project is. The fact that this link actually goes over to their GitHub, this link actually shows me that it's deployed somewhere, is amazing. I love being able to click on a link and go experience what you've built. My worry, though, because I know how Turing students work, is that if I click on this link, I'm probably not going to see a landing page telling me about the app. I'm probably going to hit a landing page with just a login prompt. So I'm going to actually click on that link. We're going to open that in another tab. It's going to take a minute for Heroku to kind of wake up. But my guess is that when I go over here, that now they did make a custom icon for it. Oh, look at that. Oh, I don't want to give you my location. Oh, couldn't obtain your location. Please enable location. So in this case, they do actually tell us a little bit about what it is, and they don't force us to log in. A lot of Turing projects, they just hit you with a login, like register and log in, but they don't tell you anything about the app. In this case, it looks like we don't even need to log in. We just need to give the browser location information. And then it gives us everybody's contact info, which is kind of cool. All right, so it wasn't what I thought. So good job on that project. Nope, not the right one. So I think they do a good job again with that user empathy statement. And then what was their role? Like, what did they do specifically on this project? So successfully explored and created this app with PWA in React. Well, you've already told me that here. So you want to be careful not to repeat yourself in this. But like, what did you learn specifically about building a progressive web app in this case? That would be the kind of thing that I'd want to see on the resume. Or what was the impact that you had by building out testing? Like, did you have to fix bugs that increased performance or reduced the amount of CPU and RAM? Because remember, as a front-end developer, you're not using some server CPU somewhere. You're using my server on my browser, or my CPU on my browser. You're using my RAM. And so did you spot any kind of bottlenecks that you had to improve to give me a better user experience? Like, that would be the kind of thing I'd love to see on a resume from a front-end developer, is that you were able to figure out the best sort of user experience with really good algorithmic thinking in the code and so on. Because to tell me that you successfully learned how to do PWA in React doesn't tell me like how you're going to have an impact at my company. It tells me that you did a thing, but when I read over a resume, what you want to do is you want to kind of tug on that psychology of like, I could come do that at your company. And when I read this, it's like, okay, you're going to come and learn things at my company. Like, you're going to do that anyway. That's not a selling point to me as a hiring manager. A selling point to me would be, I reduced the amount of processing time by 10%, or I wrote some tests and I made our code like 20% less buggy, or I did this thing and it improved something. Like, show me the impact that had and how that impact is going to make my company better, how it's going to make my team better. That's what you want to play on. When I'm reading this resume, you want me to think, oh, I want to hire that person to do that here. I don't get that with that second bullet point here that I've highlighted. I don't read that and go, oh, cool, I want you to come do that here. So I think being mindful about like what to show on a resume or how to tell that story, I think is important. Tested React components with Cypress, utilizing intercepts, stubs. Stubs is 1B. Fixtures to match user acceptance criteria. Okay. So again, it's good that you're telling me that you did a thing, but what was the impact of that? In this case, the impact was just you got the project done and it met specification, which is fine, but that's also the goal of every software project ever. So again, you're not really playing on, oh, cool, you can come do that here. I read that and go, well, I hope you're going to do that here. Like, if I hire you, like, that is going to be your job. But you're not really selling me on like the impact that you're going to have. Like, why is that important for me to see? So I think playing on that a little bit more. But otherwise, 4 projects on here is pretty good. They had some experience working in the restaurant industry, which is great. A lot of employers actually like people that come from food service industry backgrounds, because you've worked on a lot of teams, like front of house, back of house is really analogous to front end and back end development. You've got to have good team communication and taking care of the user experience and dealing with customers and users and so on. So there is some quantified information, trained incoming staff 5 at a time for 7 days, etc. This is all fine to have, because again, you're showing that impact. Do you need to give me 5 bullet points about that job though? Probably not. I think you could probably reduce this a tiny bit, maybe give me 3 bullet points. And I would try really hard to not let bullet points wrap around on a line. Bullet points got their name from being fast and impactful. They don't have to be grammatically correct sentences. So try to find a way to bring these down to just like a single line of text, similar to how you did here. As much as possible, I would try to do like 2/3 of the line, maybe 3/4 of the line. But if you push all the way to the margin, it's a lot of reading. And most people aren't going to be reading that whole line at first glance anyway. So any sort of quantified information you want to try to like get up front, like improved 20%, blah, 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 or trained, 5 people at a time for blah, blah, blah. Like, try to get that quantified information as close to the bullet point as possible. So when I'm scanning down these bullet points, I'm really only reading the first 5 or 6 words anyway. And so the really attention grabbing stuff has got to be in those first couple of words. So really strong action verb, quantify that information as much as possible, as close to that bullet point as possible. Cool, all right. Well, that was resume number 5. Resume number 6. I'm going to start a new clip for that one. So let me go read the note that came in with resume number 6. So resume number 6, they are currently in 100 devs. Just general critique, advice, lack of education, and out of tech experience. Okay, cool. So that gives us a little bit of context on this one. All right, our final resume review for tonight. They're basically saying I'm part of the 100 devs curriculum, and I'm just looking for general critique and advice. And they mentioned like lack of education and out of tech experience. So one thing that I noticed on this is it's very closely following the format that the 100 devs folks gives people to follow, which is this format here. If it loads, come on, Bob Coder. So this example resume that they gave is almost this exact resume here. The problem with that is that if other people from 100 devs use that same format for their resume, your resume doesn't stand out. Your resume looks like everybody else. And so you have to find a way to sort of stand out and sort of grab their attention in a way that's like, oh, cool, look what this person can do. Again, from that perspective of, I want you to come to my company and do that for my company too. So as much as possible, you want to try to, you want to stand out. You want to make your resume look a little bit different. I think it's good as a template to get started, but I think that this is too close to this original template that they, sorry, over here. I think it's too close to matching this template that if other students from 100 devs are using that same template, all of your resumes are going to look the same. Even though you're going to have different projects, the layout looks too identical to everybody else that it's going to get kind of lost in the mix. So let's take a look at this. So calling themselves a software engineer, again, using a little bit of color on here is fine. They've got an email address. It looks like they've got like a portfolio site. They've got their GitHub link. They've got LinkedIn on here. And then they've got an @ name, which is Twitter. I would be careful about putting a Twitter profile on a resume. If you tweet regularly about technology, then it's okay to have. But if I click on this and all I see are cat memes and political statements, it's actually going to hurt your chances. So be careful about putting social media on a resume. Now I want to go click it just to see. I also want to kind of click on their GitHub and see like how active they are on GitHub. So if we go look at their Twitter, they've got small Twitter following, which is fine. I happen to also follow them. They got retweets from the other 100 devs. But as I'm scrolling here so far, all I'm seeing are retweets other than, you know, hey, if you missed this, like go through this thing. So that's fine. But mostly what I'm seeing are retweets of other people's tweets. And so this doesn't really help. This doesn't help this person as far as like being a technology thought leader or something like that here. So I would probably remove the Twitter account from the resume. Now on their GitHub, they've customized it. I love that they've got this portfolio. They've taken some time to like customize this. I think that that's great. I love seeing some of these charts and stats. They've got some pin stuff, and look at that wall of green. This tells me that they're doing this like every day. But one contribution every day almost makes me think that they've got some kind of bot setup that's just doing a commit and pushing into the repo. Like, what is that one contribution that they make every single day? Code Wars. Okay. So if that's the case, then great. They're doing Code Wars every single day and they're pushing a single commit because they're doing Code Wars every day. That's fine. But if it's like, you know, added something to a README or added something to a private repo, that would make me think that you're probably got some sort of automated thing going on to have like 7 days a week green. As a hiring manager, though, this also worries me a little bit that you don't take a break. Like, when's your downtime? Like, you gotta have a bit of downtime and like clear your brain. So I would recommend like, don't code really hard all day, every day. It's important to hustle, yes, but it's also important that you kind of take a break from things too. So again, if we zoom out and we kind of take a look, me personally, I'm kind of iffy on the 2-column format. Having your contact info and your skills block here. The skills block isn't very expressive as far as the amount of technology that you know, which is okay. If you know these technologies really, really well, then it's okay to list fewer things. But I wonder whether you actually dabbled in more technologies than you actually list here. But we'll get into some of these other things. I would probably want to see a little bit more space in between like lines of text and the heading, because this all kind of like blurs together. Like you've got more white space in between your work experience, like in between these jobs here, than you do between your work experience and your volunteer work. And same thing with your summary and your work experience. I would probably change up the blank space usage here a little bit more. All right, let's zoom in and take a look at this. So again, if you're going to put a summary on a resume, you got to show me high relevance in a hurry, why you're important to my job, and cool, you can come do that here. So you're creative, you're detail oriented, you're a software engineer with a background in hospitality and customer service. Okay. Proven track record of creating and implementing successful front-end web applications. Okay, cool. You can come do that here. Looking to bring my skills. No, you're already asking me for something. You don't want to put an ask on a resume. You don't want to ask anybody for something on a resume. So I'm looking to bring my skills to a tech company with global reach. No. If my company is not a tech company with global reach, then I'm going to read that and go, nope, we don't do that. And I'm going to pass on your resume. Again, when I'm looking at these resumes, I'm looking for a reason to say no. So what you want to do is you want to tailor this for the company where you're applying, and you want to sort of sell them on how you're going to have an impact at their specific company or in their specific industry, and not make these generic statements like this on a resume, because it doesn't stand out. In fact, if I'm just a small startup and I don't have global reach, I'm going to look at that and go, that's your dream, that's your aspiration. We're not global. So even if I hire you, if you do find a job where somebody has global reach, are we going to lose you as an employee? It would be like saying here, like, I have an aspiration to be a mobile game developer someday, and I'm an insurance company. We don't do mobile games. So I'm going to pass on your resume because we're not aligned here. So you have to be careful making statements like this. And this is also something that I call putting an ask on a resume. You don't want to ask for something. Caprino asked in chat, what's your opinion about the contributions section? Was that on this resume or the previous one? Give me a little more context on that. Do companies pay attention to it on my profile? Oh, on the contribution on GitHub? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Some companies will look at it, some companies won't. I would look at it as a hiring manager just to kind of see, like, what kinds of projects are you involved in? Like, what kinds of projects have you done? What programming languages do you use? Does that line up with what you got on the resume? You know, because again, I'm going to look at this whole thing around, like, how relevant are you to the job that I'm seeing your application for? Like in my profile, I have a private repo for a project I'm creating for like 3 or 4 months. And in public, it shows empty. So in GitHub, you can say that you still want to show the contributions on private repos, and then they don't see what the repo name is called, but they will see the green dots for what you contribute. So that's a setting in GitHub that you can actually enable to say you want to be able to show contributions to private repos, and it won't show anything about it. It'll show how many contributions, but it won't show what the repo is, and they won't be able to see anything about the commits. But I would absolutely turn that on, because you don't want to have like a blank wall on GitHub. Like when we looked at this person's GitHub, it was like blank wall and then suddenly wall of green, because that's when they started development. I've seen a lot of GitHub profiles the exact opposite, where they go through a code school, and so it's like code. And then when they graduate, they stop coding, and then there's just nothing after that. Or there might be like the occasional green dot because they're like, I'm trying to find a job, I'm doing take-home assignments, I'm interviewing, or I'm like, resting, recouping, whatever. But then it's mostly empty after that. So as a hiring manager, I would look at that and go, how are you keeping your skills sharp if you're not coding? But does it mean you have to code all day, every day? No. It would be nice to see some amount of contribution, that you're still working on projects, you're still maybe maintaining old projects and things like that. So We can talk about that a little bit more after the resume review if you like. Cool. So they're a software engineer at 100 devs, January 2021 to present. January 2021. So you've been doing this for almost 2 full years. I didn't think 100 devs was around that long. I thought it was started in 2022. If someone in chat can correct me on that, but to say that you're part of 100 devs for 2 years, I mean, that's great if that's true, but I didn't think 100 devs was even around for 2 years. It should be 2022, so definitely double check that. Otherwise, it looks like, wow, you've been doing this for 2 years, which is great. I'm going to expect that you know this stuff really well if you've got 2 years of experience doing this. So you got to be careful with that. Recent projects, again, I would want to see a little bit more about this. So you made an application to help people plan events and parties, that's fine. Website for a local noodle bar, yum. Photography portfolio, okay, but like, how did you build these? What did you learn from it? What was the impact of building this thing? If it's just the project for, this is something that we got assigned at 100 devs, and that's fine. If it was a client project that you got paid for, you need to tell me that. Like, tell me that you got paid for this project versus this was just something that I did that I didn't get paid for. I think that differentiates like professional experience versus just project experience, is whether you got paid for doing that project. Because working on a project that you don't get paid for is not really work experience. It is project experience. You're still building experience. But from a professional experience point of view, me personally, just my opinion, it's kind of a hot take, I don't consider it professional experience if you didn't get paid for it. If it's volunteer, it can be different. But if it's just like, yeah, I just worked on this project because it was a part of an assignment, then if you didn't get paid for it, then that's not really professional experience. You still learn some things, but it's not the same as like getting paid for doing it. Because when you get paid, you're going to put a lot more effort and work into it, hopefully, than if you don't get paid for something. 100 devs started in 2020, 100 devs started in 2021. So lots of different things. So if this person actually started in 2021, that's fine, but they've only got 4 projects to show. Plus looking at their GitHub, it doesn't look like they started back in January 2021. It looked like they started in June of 2022 if I go back and look at their GitHub profile. So again, it doesn't line up. Like if you were really at 100 devs that long, even starting in January, like you have no Git contributions at all until May. Then you have a contribution. So that's where like 2021, no commits. 2020, 1 commit in July. But in 2022, like they didn't really start coding until May, or at least committing to GitHub until May. Now, again, if this stuff is sitting in a private repo, you need to go in and you need to enable showing commits in private repos. It won't show the name of the repo like it does down here. It won't show this information. It'll just say contributed, to a private repo or something like that. But I think it's important to enable that if you've got stuff in a private repo, because it'll show like regular sort of work. So this doesn't line up to me. As a hiring manager, if I did look at their GitHub graph and look at their portfolio and see, okay, well, all these portfolio projects were done within this range of time, that doesn't line up with what they say on the resume. That throws everything else on the resume into suspicion, and I'm more likely to just say no. Again, I've only got a few seconds to kind of go through this. So as a hiring manager, it might look good at face value. I might get you on a phone call and say, cool, you've been at this code thing for 2 years? And you're like, no, it's actually only been a year. It's like, oh, well, what else is a mistake on this page? Like, you're going to start throwing a lot of suspicion on things. So you got to make sure everything on here is accurate. So again, just something for this person to be aware of, for sure on this. As a hiring manager, would you be concerned if a candidate did only commits and no code reviews? Not if they're entry level. If they're entry level, I probably wouldn't expect a lot in the way of code reviews. If they've done some, great. But that would be an expectation that I would want to see more on like an intermediate level and upward, where they're actively participating in code reviews and pull requests and things of that nature. But if you're an entry level dev, just committing into your own repo, whether you even do branching or doing pull requests, that wouldn't be my expectation. If you do, great. But my expectation is that you can just commit code, even if you just put it into your main branch, and just kind of carry on with your day, that's fine. Like, that's my expectation, is that you have some idea about how to use Git. It doesn't have to be super deep experience. So tell me a little bit more about these projects. So again, going back to the resume sample, if you do bang resume sample in chat, you'll get a link to this Google Doc. And these are just like little snippets of things that you can feel free to borrow the layout. But when I see a project, this is what I like to see as far as a project layout. Give me the name of the project. Was it a solo group project? Can you give me a link to where this thing lives online that I can go experience it, or link to the GitHub that I can link immediately to that thing? Again, on a resume though, you want to promote the projects that are most relevant to me and my company. So if you've got lots of projects, then you want to show me like the 3 or 4 that are most relevant to me. And so building a big resume with all your skills, all your projects, all your jobs, save that as a big resume. When you go to apply for a job, make a copy of it, trim out everything I don't care about, bring it back down to 1 page. Only leave the relevant skills that I care about. Only leave the relevant projects that I'm going to care about. Tell me about the jobs that you had and the bullet points that I'm going to care about, where when I read that, I'm like, cool, come do that here. That's going to get me on the phone. That's what's going to grab my attention and have me want to call you. But if you just give me a resume of like, here's everything I've done ever, it's like, well, now I've got to hunt and search for the kinds of things that are relevant to me. And if you're giving me work to do when I've only got 10 seconds to skim this thing, you're going to go on the no pile. You got to stand out. You got to show me something that's going to make you stand out. So tell me a little bit more about the project. Tell me about the impact of building this thing. Like, you built a website for a local noodle bar. Is that actually in production somewhere? Are they actually using this? How many people hit that website? How many people actually use this thing? That would be important to see. How many photos? How are you doing the photo uploads? Are you putting them on S3? Like, how are you managing the images here? How many things are in the portfolio? Like, I don't even have a link to go look at this. Now, if I do click through to their GitHub, I do see these kinds of things. It's like, okay, well, there's your noodle project, and that website's actually pretty flippin' nice. But I had to do several clicks to get here. But when I look at this, it's like, cool, did you do the photography, or did you just do the layout? I mean, the layout's fantastic. Love the color scheme. You know, it's loading in the images. I can't click on any of these to see anything, so I don't know what it is, but you've got the contact info on here, kind of. I mean, it looks like a very generic kind of thing. So is this a real client, or is this just like, this is a potential website? Like, none of these are links. Well, the reservations it's a link, but it doesn't go to anything. So this is what? Like, what kind of project is this? It wasn't for a client. So again, being able to differentiate, like, this was just a project that I built. Like, this is an example, you know, e-commerce, like menu type of website that I know how to build. But to put it on here and go, oh yeah, I built this photography portfolio. I mean, in this case for themselves, but like Jen's Noodle Bar, like, is that actually a place? Or is this just an example project that you built because you're trying to attract, like, in the case of 100 devs, they're trying to do their 100 hours project, and they're trying to attract clients so that they can actually get some paid work. If it's just an example portfolio project, great, but tell me that. Because when I go look at it and go, oh, you made something for an actual restaurant, but then I go and I look at it and there's nothing there, then okay, you can do HTML layout, but you can't actually build an interactive site. So it kind of lowers the impact of, oh cool, look at what you did. When I actually start looking at it, it's like, meh. It's nice. The layout of it is fantastic. I love the colors and I love the layout, but it doesn't actually do anything. So if that's not the intention, if you do actually mean to build it up as a workable website, then say it's in progress or something. Or say, like, this is just an example, like, template that I could use for another type of similar restaurant or something like that, I think would give a little more information to the person reading your resume. Led a team of servers. Great. Effectively execute private dining events upwards of 500K across all venues. Fantastic. That's a great quantifiable kind of bit of information. Coordinated front of house staff for seamless guest experience. Okay. Ran training program for new hires. How many? Tell me how many. Over how long of time? So 2014 to present. So you've been there for a while. You've been there for 8 years. How many people have you trained? I would love to see that. Facilitated, make sure you capitalize the F on that. Facilitated communication between restaurant staff and corporate event sales. You kind of talk about that here. So what exactly did you facilitate? Also, try not to let a bullet point wrap to where you're only got a single word on a line by itself. In visual design, we call that an orphan. And I would either make this bullet point not grammatically correct, or I would actually, even better, pull these bullet points back out here to the left margin, and that sales word may like pop up on the previous line. But try really hard not to let bullet points wrap. The other thing that you could do would be to reduce the line spacing, because this looks like 1.5 line space on this stuff. Just make everything like single line space, and maybe don't do a 2-column layout. Put your contact info up here in the corner, and then put your skills block under your summary if you really want to keep that summary, and then the work experience for 100 devs. But again, give me more about this projects. Maybe you could downplay a little bit of this, but that's up to you. Freelance work from January 2021 to present. Again, they're kind of hanging on that January 2021, so maybe they were part of that original 100 devs cohort. So they actually made a portfolio for somebody else's travel website, which is fine, but this is more recent than your server job. And this is more relevant as technical experience than your job as the private dining captain at Big Night Entertainment Group. I would actually move that freelance work up here. In fact, I would actually put it above 100 devs, because 100 devs is kind of like where you're learning this stuff, but this is actually like freelance work. In my mind, when I read this, like, oh, you got paid by a client to go build this thing. I would absolutely make that the first thing that you list as your work experience, because that's actually professional work experience that you're getting paid to do. 100 devs, you're not getting paid necessarily to do 100 devs work unless you actually get that client work. Volunteer stuff, it's good to have on a resume if it's relevant to the company. If it's not relevant to the company, you can take it off. In this case, they're volunteering for an animal shelter and they're working on, again, web development stuff. So it's volunteer, it's something that you're working on live. Is that project experience? Is it professional experience? This is where, if you're actually doing this for a volunteer organization and this is live somewhere, I would consider this professional experience. I would actually put it under your freelance work and just put volunteer or voluntary or something next to it. But I would absolutely list that as part of your freelance work and put that up at the very top. But yeah, you're doing it on a volunteer basis, but you're doing it as part of your freelance work. I think it lends more credibility into, oh yeah, I'm also doing this as part of my freelance. Now, if you started at 100 devs back in January 2021, and you've been doing all of this work also since January 2021, my hope is that if I go look up Little Trails Animal Shelter in Boston, Massachusetts, and I find their website, it's going to be pretty freaking awesome if you've been working on it for 2 years. So again, you have to be careful about these timelines that you're putting on the resume. Like, have you actually been building this website for 2 years? Have you actually been building this photography travel website for 2 years? Because my expectation is going to be very different than what we saw in your GitHub profile, where most of your Git work has been only the last, 4 or 5 months? Well, since May. So May, June, July, August, September, October. Let's call it 5.5 months. That's what you've been committing to GitHub. So if these projects have really only been built in the last 5.5 months, these timelines are very wrong. But also my expectation is going to be very different. If you said, I've been working on this portfolio site since May, I've been working on this one also since May, it's like, okay, you've been at it for about 5 months. I'm going to have a very different expectation of the experience than seeing on here that you've been doing this for 2 years. So I would be really careful that you're not misrepresenting yourself by putting these really long timelines on here. I'm wondering how much of that is actually from this Bob Coder. No, Bob Coder is actually 2020, 2019, and so on. So maybe those are the dates, but I would double check those dates and be honest about this. Like, have you really been working on this for 2 years? If so, give me a link to the website where I can see it, but I'm going to have a pretty high expectation if you've been doing this development for 2 years. So something to think about there. Let's go wrap that one up, and we'll go hang out in chat for a little bit. I know I missed a lot of stuff while I was going through that one. Is this a mock-up or a demo website? Yeah, exactly. I have a feeling that it was meant to be like a mock-up of like a template of this is something that I could do. But yeah, the photos look super great. And now I'm hungry, exactly. I've actually, yeah, I got some ramen. I'm gonna go eat some ramen here in a minute. I want some ramen. Um, I have no work experience except for the projects that I build for 100 devs in my 100-hour project. How should I fill my resume? Just build more projects? Yes and no. Again, you want to show relevance, and if you're brand new in the industry, what I would recommend is you want to build out a project where you show the core fundamentals of what it means to be a web developer. So having some sort of, you can log in, make a little like a profile page of some kind that you can handle form input. You can do CRUD. You can put stuff in and out of a database. Maybe do some file upload. Maybe do session management if you've learned that in 100 devs, like how to do like a shopping cart kind of experience, or just I'm going to save some stuff temporarily in a cookie and call it back later. Or if you're doing front end development, show me that you know how to use something like local storage, things along those lines. Building a single project where you can show more of those fundamentals is what's going to stand out to me for an entry-level developer. Having lots of projects is more distracting, where you're like, this project does auth, this project does database, this project does, this other little bit of thing, because you're only going to be showing me a couple of projects on the resume, and I don't want to have to go look at your GitHub to find out, do you know all of these things? You can show me one project on your resume where you specify, I know auth, I know session management, I know database, I know this and this and this, like highlight those sort of key areas that we would want you to know as a web developer, then that's probably enough. And the other advice that I've given on the channel recently is if you can do that in a way that shows those fundamentals, then if you ever go to a company and say, hey, I want to apply for this job, and they're like, cool, we got this take-home assignment we want you to do, then you say, well, hey, instead of that take-home assignment, here's a project that I've done where I've built out all of these different areas of what it means to be a web developer. Does this cover what you're looking for? Or did you want me to build something more specific? And could I just build that into this existing project and just like add this onto what I've already been sort of building over here? Chances are pretty good they're going to say like, oh, you know what, we're just going to go evaluate that project that you've already built. Or yeah, instead of building out that whole take-home thing, if you could just take this one little bit that you don't currently have in this other project and just show us how you would add that feature, that would be enough. Now you just drastically reduce the amount of time that it's going to take you to get through their application process and get their job. So building up that project where you show those fundamentals, anytime anybody ever asks you to do a take-home, give them that project and say, is this enough or do you want more? And if you've got something else in mind, can I just add it to this existing project? I'd love to just keep building on this because it shows all the fundamentals and how I can tie these things together and see whether that's sufficient. The worst they'll say is no, but best case scenario, they'll be like, you know what? We looked through your project. It had everything that we were looking for, so we're good. And you don't have to do anything extra. That would be the ideal scenario. And it can happen. It happened for me in my job hunt back in January. I built up a project for one company. The next company said, hey, we want you to build out some code. I'm like, I just did this yesterday. You want to look at this? And they're like, okay. And that was enough. I didn't have to rebuild anything. So the worst they'll say is no. Best case scenario, you save yourself a bunch of work. As much as possible, try to get in on that if you can. Cool. So for non-tech experience, is it better to break down 2014 to 2018 with a server role and then 2018 or present and leave it as is? So for the non-technical work, I'm just trying to think of how you had that on the resume. You want to try to group the technical work together and the non-technical work like a little bit separate. So you can do that as like technical experience and then just other professional experience. The fact that you've got the freelance thing going and you've built out a couple of projects, one of them as a volunteer, it's fine. It's still part of your, like I would wrap all of that as your freelance development and just say you're doing that as part of your freelance, but you're doing it on a voluntary basis. That also gives the implication that the other one is a paid project. But I would list all of that as freelance, and I would list that first and foremost so that I see like, oh, you're actively freelancing for people. And then when they hit you up, so from there, when I look at that resume, my first question to you is like, why are you applying for a full-time job if you've got a successful freelance thing going on, the story that you want to tell there is, I'm looking for stability, I'm looking for a full-time job, and I'm looking for like a job with benefits or whatever. Like, it's okay to say that. Just tell me that you're looking for a full-time job instead of freelance work, that you're doing freelance work because of the skills and you've got these things on the go, but you're willing to wrap those up if you can find a full-time job because you want full-time employment with an established company. That's all you need to tell them. Just say, yeah, I've done freelance work for a little while. I want to get back into the employment game. That's all you need to say. All right, did I miss anything else? I think I got everything else out of chat. Math Plus Games, good to see you. Thanks for the first time chat. I'm a publisher on Unity Asset Store. Does that count as professional experience? If you have something published like that, then I would say that's professional experience. I mean, even if you're giving it away, you've still got something published where people are downloading it and using it. So I would consider that like freelance level work. If you're not getting paid for it, then I think that's fine. If you're giving something away to just kind of hook people into like, this is what I'm capable of, I think that's fine. If you don't have anybody actually downloading it and using it, I mean, it's okay. You still built the thing, you published it, you put it out there for people to use. The fact that nobody's using it yet, that's not your fault. But yeah, I would list that as professional experience as like a freelance sort of game asset developer or something, like however you want to pitch that on your resume. I think that it would be fine to do that. Again, you want to make it look like you've been planning to do it that way, kind of all along. That's sort of the story that you want to tell. Like, this was the plan for my journey. Juggling says, I've heard that contributing to open source is a good way to show experience as a dev. So I've been participating in Hacktoberfest doing small edits on projects. Are those good to include on a CV if the contribution isn't significant enough? So it's not up to you to determine whether something is significant enough. Let the company do that. Just list the contributions and say, these are projects that I've contributed to. Let them go figure it out. They probably won't even bother going and figuring out, unless it's a project that they use and they care about, and they're like, oh, juggling contributed to that library that we use all the time, let me go see how. And then they're like, oh, cool, you did some documentation. That's fine. You still contributed to open source. If it got accepted and it got merged in, you have contributed to open source. So yeah, I would put that on a resume and just say open source contributions and just like give me links to the projects or something like that. Chances are pretty good they're not even going to look at it. If they do look at it, let them determine whether it's significant or not. You are contributing to open source. High five to you. That's all you need to tell them. You're contributing to open source. Let them figure that out. Don't level yourself. Don't say I'm a junior dev, I'm an entry-level dev, I'm an aspiring dev. You're a developer. Let them level you. Let them figure that out. That's up to them to do, not to you. GBav hanging out in chat. Everybody go give GBav a follow if you love watching people game and get kind of lit on their stream. GBav is very entertaining, plays lots of really cool video games. Go give GBav a follow as well. I like hanging out in his chat after hours as well. We have a lot of fun over in his stream. We've done some online gaming. We've played Skyrim and Star Wars and Fall Guys and stuff like that. He's got a pretty fun portfolio of games that he likes to play over here on Twitch. So go check him out. Zomboy Vigar. I'm a college student. Is it too late for me to start GitHub for someone that's going to graduate soon? Nope, it's not too late. Companies, like, they want to know that you know how to use Git. That's really it. The longer that you have that history, the better. But if you're going to be graduating, say, in the spring, then you got 4 or 5 months to kind of like get that sort of practice down, contribute to repos on a regular basis, figure out like, how do I do a good commit? What is the Git workflow? How do I do branching and pull requests and things like that? You've got time. That's fine. You'll still be able to get a job. My hope as a hiring manager is that there are very few things that I need to actually train you on once I hire you. But the less I have to train you, the better. So the more of that experience that you can bring, even like everything you're doing at this point, because you're a student, is going to be entry level, and that's fine. My expectation is much lower for a student fresh coming out of school than somebody who's been working for a year or 2 years. Like the last resume that we looked at, where it sort of looked like they had been working for 2 years. My expectation is going to be much greater for them when I look at their portfolio and I look at their GitHub profile and whatever. I'm going to have a much different expectation on them than I would on you coming fresh out of school. Now, if you haven't had internships and things like that, and this would actually be the first employment that you've had ever, then again, my expectations are going to be even lower still. If you've had an internship at another tech company, my expectations are going to go up a little bit because you'll have had some amount of training, you'll have had some amount of knowledge gathering and so on from that company that that other students that didn't have internships wouldn't have. Yeah, great question though. Appreciate the question. It's not too late to learn. You can absolutely go learn anytime. I would say it's never too late to go learn something. There's always something that you can go learn. And signing up for a career in tech, you're signing up to be a lifelong learner. You are always going to be learning something new. If you're not learning, you're getting stale. You have to keep learning. You have to keep exploring things and learning languages and learning technologies and learning frameworks and learning how this works and how that works, and like get under the hood and like really pick things apart and like really understand how things are really happening within the computer. That's your journey from now on. Like this is everything that you're going to be doing as a technologist. So get started. The only day it's too late is tomorrow. I don't think that's a saying, but that's kind of how I'd interpret that. The best day to go learn something is today. Like go start today. Not like right this moment. Go get some sleep. Depending on where you live, it might be really late. It's 11 p.m. where I live, but yeah, it's never too late to start. Go get started. The sooner you start, the sooner you're on that journey. The longer you take to start, the farther away that goal is going to be. So get started. Robo-Oso, what do you think about all the LinkedIn skill assessments? I've done a few of them. Some of them are pretty thorough, but there's also GitHub repos out there with all of the answers. And in that case, it's like, okay, does it really mean anything if I can just go look up a GitHub repo and I can like search into that quiz and I can just see what all the answers are? I can go get 100% on all the skill assessments. Does it mean I actually know that thing? Or did I go look up the answers? So as a hiring manager, I wouldn't put a ton of weight on that sort of thing of like, oh, cool, you got like 500 of these skill assessments on LinkedIn. It just tells me you have a lot of time to kill on LinkedIn. If you actually go get like a Udacity thing, or you do a program on Coursera where you follow some curriculum and then you get like some sort of certificate at the end of it, to me as a hiring manager, that's more meaningful than like a 15-question quiz where you only have like 90 seconds to answer a question. Yeah, you've got to know the thing in order to answer it within 90 seconds, but you can also go look up that answer in 90 seconds too. So if you get through a program and you get a certificate for it, then that tells me a lot more about your skill level and what you've learned and how you've learned and what you were capable of doing. I would give a lot more importance to something like that. Gina asks, do you think it's better to get a solid foundation in multiple programming languages or get a basic knowledge of them but focus on one to specialize? I would do the latter. So something that we call being a T-shaped engineer, and this is something that we talked about earlier with another resume that we looked at. So a T-shaped engineer, you're learning something very deep and you're learning lots of other things very shallow. So if you're like, just say for example, you're going to focus on JavaScript, you're going to learn as much as you can about JavaScript. You may have an interest in Python, you may have an interest in Ruby, you may have an interest in C#. Go learn a little bit of those. But you want to be a JavaScript developer. When you go apply for a job, you can transfer the depth of that knowledge into any other technology. So you're a JavaScript developer, you've dabbled a little bit in C#, you want to go apply for a C# job. All you need to know to go get through that interview and to talk to that company is, here's how I'm going to transfer all of my knowledge of what I've been doing in JavaScript. Here's how I'm going to transfer that over to C#. It's easier in some languages than others. But there are sites out there that'll show you like line by line. Like if you do it this way in JavaScript, you do it this way in C#. Like you can go look that stuff up. And so explaining to a company how you're going to transfer that knowledge is much easier than trying to become an expert in all the things. I've said on the stream before, and I've actually got a YouTube short that I put out a couple of weeks ago that basically said, like, stop reading those lists that say you have to know these 20 things to be a developer. Those lists are garbage. They need to burn in fire. Because when people read those things, it starts to build up anxiety, and it starts to build up imposter syndrome of like, oh, I'm not a developer because I only have 12 of those things. Well, no, you've got 12 things. You are a developer. Go start applying for those jobs. Like, you don't have to know all. If people start getting into a mindset of you have to know all of the things to even apply for that job, then you're never going to apply for that job. Because by the time you finish that list of 20, someone else is going to have a new list of 20, and you're not going to have all of those things. Or are you going to go learn the rest of those things and then apply for a job? Because then by the time you finish those, there's going to be another new list and another new list. And then someone's going to come out, well, you must know these 50 things. That's going to make it even worse. And you're going to spend all this time trying to prepare so that you feel ready. Go apply for the job. Don't pay attention to those lists. Yes, there are some fundamentals that you need to know, but you don't need to follow those whole, like, you must know everything on these lists or you're not a developer. That's what we call gatekeeping, where someone's keeping you out because they think you don't know something, and therefore they're like, no, you're not a developer because you don't know what I know. Those lists are garbage. Don't pay attention to those lists. Be a T-shaped engineer. Learn one or two things like really, really deep. Learn everything else really, really shallow. Be that T-shaped engineer. Go get a job. My classes have covered Python, SQL, C#, and Java with equal emphasis on all of them. They haven't really covered how we should translate that into the real world or how we should focus our efforts. So in that case, they're teaching you a lot of programming languages for different reasons. Like Python's a really good language to learn just the basics of object-oriented programming. Java is going to be really good for more enterprise level. C# is kind of a good hybrid between the two. C# is going to lend itself to different things. Python's going to lend itself to different things. They might be doing it in a way to sort of spark your interest in, do you want to continue being a Python developer and you want to get into like data science or some amount of web application? C# is going to be more on the web application, maybe get into Unity, game development. Java, you could get into mobile development with it. You're more likely to build more back-end systems, more on the enterprise side of it. So where you take your career from there depends a little bit on which of those technologies you enjoy doing, or vice versa. I really want to get into that, therefore I need to focus on that particular technology. So keep in mind that a lot of universities and colleges, they're meant to just kind of give you a smattering of like, go learn a little bit of this, go learn a little bit of that. Now you get to go find a job, like just get out. We got your money, so get out and go find a job, so that we can ask you to give us money later, as for alumni giving and whatever. But they want to expose you to a lot of things so that you can make up your mind where you want to take your career. But the fact that they're focusing on a lot of different things, it could be partly just to give you enough depth on each of those things for you to evaluate, like, do I want to do that as a career, or do I want to do this other one instead? A lot of people will tend to gravitate to the high-level languages like Python and C#, less so with the low-level languages like Java, but it all depends on what you want to do with your career, and what kind of company you want to work at, where you want support, things like that. So everybody's journey is different. You don't have to follow anybody else's path. You get to sort of trailblaze your own path. So you don't have to listen to like, oh, you must do these things, you must learn these technologies. It's your journey. Go learn what you want to learn and figure it out from there. Blind, you came back. I think we selected you as a giveaway winner earlier, but you weren't around. And now you're back. So you left. We did a giveaway, and then you left. And you weren't here in chat to claim your prize. So, sorry, somebody else got it instead. But we do have another giveaway. So since you're back, I'm going to unselect you as a potential recipient, and we're going to do our last giveaway for the night. So I'm going to, if you're lurking in chat, go ahead and follow the channel, because I'm going to be doing a lot more of these streams in October. I'm going to be taking most of next week off, but I'm going to be streaming Sunday morning. I'll probably stream a little bit either Monday afternoon or Monday evening. I'm going to be gone most of the week. I'll probably stream Saturday night, and then again Sunday morning, Tuesday, Thursday. And then the following week, it'll be Sunday, Tuesday, and then I think that Tuesday is November 1st, and that's when we're doing the monthly giveaway. So if you're not following the channel, give the channel a follow. You can do !giveaway in chat, get in on the giveaway. We've got lots of these cool little like 3D giveaways to do. These are totally free. I'll send them anywhere. And then that's going to give you one entry every time I stream, and you come by and you do exclamation point giveaway. It's going to give you another entry into the monthly giveaway. This is one of the giveaways. So Mr. Deadpool here, this is all 3D printed. This was done on a 3D printer in multiple colors. No paint. This was exactly how it came out on the printer. If you go follow me on YouTube, got the YouTube link over here. Sorry for the double hit on that button. But I use the same username on Twitter. You'll see a time-lapse video where it actually shows it printing in multiple colors all in one shot. So I 3D printed that here at home. I'm making all these other things here at home as well. So I've got holiday decorations, I got Star Wars, Star Trek, all that kind of stuff. But you will need to be in chat. So if you're not following, go ahead and follow. If you are not in the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway, I'm going to give you like 2 more minutes. We got 30 people viewing the channel. I have a feeling that most of you are just lurking and sleeping. Math Plus Games, thanks for the follow. Get in on that giveaway. You just want to do bang giveaway. All that's like right here in chat or on the interface here. We've got 21 people out of 28, so we're doing better. So yeah, get in on that giveaway. Daddy Wise, good to see you. All right. So don't worry about the part that says we've already chosen. It just means that we already did a giveaway earlier. But we're doing one last giveaway for the night. And so again, these giveaways, you do need to be here in chat because I need to ask you what kind of thing you want for the giveaway. If you've already done the bang giveaway for the day, you're in for the day. I wrote my own software for this, and I don't do the way that other people do giveaways where they open and close all the time. Mine's just open. You're in, you're in. And because I'm streaming, getting in gives you that monthly entry for the other prizes and so on. So the other prize is going to be a Lego kit. The third prize I'm not announcing until after I get back from trip next week. And then I'll announce what the third prize is going to be. And that's probably going to gain a lot of attention. So we'll have some fun with it. I forgot to email me the other day. Yeah. So if you have not given me your contact info, I will reach out to you and harass you one time. And if I don't hear from you and get your contact info, then I can't send you anything. So you will need to be here in chat because you need to tell me what kind of gift you want. And then I need to get some information from you, but you can send me that over at Twitch Whisper. So you will need to hang out in chat. We're going to do the giveaway right now. So if you have not done exclamation point giveaway, do that now. You do need to follow the channel in order to get in on the giveaway. So do bang, well, do a follow, then do bang giveaway. Bang is what we call the exclamation point in programming. It's an old Unix term. But do bang giveaway and get in that giveaway. We're going to Adonis Walker. You got mere moments to do exclamation point giveaway before I do the drawing. And this will be our last drawing for tonight. And then there you go. Well, nope, Demuscus got in the giveaway. Good to have you come by. So yeah, again, don't worry about the, hey, we've already drawn, because I'm about to draw another one. We did 3 giveaways tonight. The second one we had to redraw a bunch of times because we kept drawing people that weren't here in chat. All right, so we got a bunch more people. So our viewer count just went up. So I'll give everybody another minute or so. Appreciate all the questions. Appreciate all the resumes. I did kind of give people a heads up that we were going to do resume reviews tonight. We started the stream. We had a bunch more resumes come in. I'm happy to do resume reviews anytime. So here's a link over here. You can just submit resumes. I will queue them up and I'll do them from time to time. But yeah, get in on the giveaway. We're going to do a drawing like really, really soon. Riker wants to come by and say hi to everybody. You can kind of see his waggy tail over here. You want to come up and say hi? Well, not over there. You want to come over here and say hi? Come here. All right, come on, get up here. There we go. Oh, there's the puppies. Well, come on, get up here. There we go. All right, this is Riker. He's my British lab. Aren't you? Yes, you are. Yeah. He's got a very smooshy face. Yes, you do. You got a very smooshy face. He just likes begging for cookies, that's all. He is very cute. He is very large. He is about 100 pounds of British lab. And he's, gosh, he's going to be 3 soon. So he's still puppy from the neck up, as we say. He still has very much puppy brain and puppy energy. But he's fully grown, and he's about 100 pounds. The intent was, when I got him, that I was going to take him into dog shows. So he's a purebred British lab. Or English lab, if you might have heard of English labs. So they're shorter, they're stockier, they have a more square head, where the American Lab is more sleek and slender, and they're more the agility, like hunting type dogs. If you ever see a Labrador who is a therapy dog, that's more the British Lab style. So very calm temperament, very easy to train. Well, all labs are easy to train. British Lab's very food motivated, especially this one. He's my walking garbage disposal. But yes, very much puppy brain. But he was born right before Thanksgiving. We brought him home mid-January of 2020. And we just started doing puppy training, and COVID hit, everything locked down. We got through the puppy training, and then all the dog shows shut down. Well, now he's 3. The dog shows are just starting to come back, and we're like, it might be too late to actually go to dog shows and stuff. So I'm still debating whether to get him neutered, because he's still intact. So I need to chat with the breeder about whether it's worth getting him into dog shows or not, or if it's kind of too late. If it's too late, I'll get him neutered. No big deal. But he's a wonderful pet. He's my fluffy little buddy for sure. All right, last chance. Exclamation point giveaway. So yeah, we named him Riker after a Star Trek character. It's my wife is very much a Star Trek nerd. I'm also very food motivated. Yeah, I actually saw a really great meme about that. It was like somebody took a screenshot of a website that says, for the best user this website uses cookies for the best experience. And it's like, same. So yeah, last chance. Get in on the giveaway, Bang giveaway. I'm gonna go do one more check on the stats. We got 30 viewers and we have 26 entries. That's pretty good. All right, Demescus, subscribe. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate that very much. So please know all of your subscription money is going into the Diversity in Tech fundraiser. So I'll get that updated after tonight's stream. And basically all the money that I make as a Twitch streamer, you can actually do exclamation point money. And this website over here, this webpage actually specifically on the website, shows you all the money that I make as a streamer, all the money that I make with PayPal donations, also private resume reviews. If you ever want me to do a private resume review, I'll hop on a Zoom call or I'll do a recording and send it to you, where I'll spend about 45 minutes like really breaking down your resume and maybe show you how I would improve it and so on. I charge $50 for those, but that $50 goes in there, and then I'm also matching all of that money. And so I charge you $50, but I'm also putting $50 into that pot of money on your behalf. And then that money's going to an organization at the end of the year. So we're raising all that money through the end of December. And then we're going to give that money away in January to a group whose one of their primary missions and goals is to increase diversity in the tech industry. So I appreciate the sub. Please know that your money is going to a good cause for that. It's something that I really believe in, and something that I'm going to continue to raise money for on my channel. So yeah, appreciate that very much. Thank you. We have Jelly Bean, Bach, and Twinkie. That's awesome. Those are great names. So my parents used to name their pets after coffee drinks. So we had like Sanka and Nescafe, like all these like coffee brands that they would name their pets. It was very cute. And then I broke the mold. I moved out and I got an orange tabby, and I named it Orange Pico. So he was called Pico for short. Had another one. It was a brown tabby. I named it Snickers. And another brown tabby later on that I called Mocha. Just because at the time I wasn't a coffee drinker. Now I'm very much a coffee drinker. Love me some coffee. Yeah. All right, we're going to do one last giveaway for the night, and then we're going to raid out. If you have suggestions on who we can go raid, please drop those in chat as well. If you got favorites. There are a couple of folks online that I think we could raid into. I see one that we haven't raided into in a while. I'm just going to go double check how long he's been streaming. He's been streaming for about 2 hours. He's going strong, so we might raid over to his channel. But if you've got ideas on who we can go raid, please drop those in chat. Ethan's dad is online. Just looking at that as well. So I do give little shout outs to people that subscribe and so on. So Demescus, please know you're going to get on a regular rotation here. Actually, I'll do that while I'm here. So RSO for alt subscriber. Yeah, subscriber. So what I can do is I can do a rotating shout out for subscriber, where I do. Cool. So that's going to put you on a regular rotation. So as long as you're a subscriber, that's going to give you a rotation and a regular sort of shout out that you saw that we just did a moment ago here for Ethan's Dad 3D. So for subscribing, that's my way of saying thank you. I used to 3D print logos for people and hung them on the lights, but it got a little bit difficult to sort of maintain as people would come and go. So now I just put you on a rotation of shoutouts. Ultimately, I want to get into like more Twitch automation, where when you subscribe, it automatically puts you on that list, and then it periodically checks if you're still subscribed. And when you're no longer subscribed, if you choose not to resubscribe, then it'll pull you off that list. But that'll be my way of saying thank you to folks that support that effort for the Diversity in Tech fundraiser. So I appreciate it very much. All right, I'm gonna do the giveaway. I've been promising it for minutes, so here we go. Giveaway daily. Drum roll, please. And our recipient is Tangible Studio. Tangible Studio, you had a 1 in 26 chance of being selected. You can also do !help if you want to see all the different commands and stuff that you can do. If you hang out in the channel long enough, you can do channel point redemptions for like changing the Nanoleaf lights. You got channel point redemptions for wearing a ridiculous like Star Wars Clone Trooper helmet. Tangible Studio, we'll give you a minute or so to respond. Chances are pretty good you are not here. But if you just happened by, because I just saw our viewer count tick up a little bit. If you're hanging out in chat and you didn't get into the giveaway, you do need to follow the channel, but go ahead and do Bang Giveaway. That'll still give you an opportunity. I haven't closed the giveaway, so you can always enter. I'm going to just continue to draw until somebody says I'm here in chat. So if you're lurking, feel free to give the channel a follow. You don't have to have the notification on if you don't want, but if you want a notification of when to come back and do another giveaway and get in on the monthly giveaway, sort of behooves you to be here often. Yeah, no, our viewer count just went down. Okay, never mind. So, Tangible Studio, let me know you're here. What I should probably do, well, there's no easy ways as a Twitch streamer to ask Twitch, like, hey, who's actually active in chat? Or when was the last time I saw somebody in chat? I would actually have to track those stats myself. But I've been trying to get away from like Stream Elements as a bot, because some of their stuff is a little weird and janky, and I believe subject to bias around like winning giveaways and stuff. But that's my own suspicion. But yeah, we haven't heard from Tangible Studio, and it's been like a minute and a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and redraw. Giveaway daily. We'll draw another name. And this recipient winner is Cool Snable. Cool Snable, our friend over in Europe. Cool, let me know if you're still around in chat. I'm guessing no, because it's like 5 in the morning or something over where they live. Nope, I take it back. It's 7:30 in the morning where they live. You can't even at them. Yeah, that's too bad. Fool's here a lot. Fool got a dragon in our giveaway back in May, so I made these really cool 3D printed dragons. I had a bunch that were just kind of janky and whatever. I decided to recycle them, so I don't have any to show. But I may 3D print some on this 3D printer. I can do these multicolor things now. I might do like a multicolor dragon print. See how that'll turn out. Nope, Fool's not around, so I will continue to draw. So everybody's chances are getting better and better here. Let me go mark those two folks down as having been selected but not responding. So who did we have? We had Tangible Studio, and we had Cool Snable. Okay. All right, we're gonna keep drawing. Giveaway daily. Oh, sorry, the stickers are off. Right, there we go. Dragon. Robo Oso, you've been chosen again. So Robo Oso won one of our giveaways recently as well. Robo Oso, did you send me your address last time? I think, yeah, you sent me your address over at Twitch Whisper. I just haven't put it in the database yet. But Robo Oso, congratulations again. So last time, Robo Oso, you wanted Star Trek. Do you want more Star Trek, or do you want the better sci-fi series? I can send you some Star Wars. Or would you like a catapult or a toy of some kind? Again, I've got like the infinite folding fidget cubes, and I've got a lot of these cubes in different colors, hinges in different colors. You can basically assemble it yourself. Or I've got like this kind of toy that you can sort of like assemble all these blocks. You did send me your address. Cool. Well, you need to tell me again what you would like for this giveaway, and I'll just put everything in the same envelope and send it to you because I haven't sent the other one yet. Star Wars this time. All right, going for the superior sci-fi. I'll find some Star Wars stuff and put that in the envelope for you as well. Again, these are all going to come with instructions on assembly and all that good stuff. So cool. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Let's go find somebody to raid. You've never seen Star Wars. Pretty good series. What I would probably do is Google what order to watch the movies in. Because watching them like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it tells you the story, but there's a better sort of pattern or whatever to watch them. Wizard, thanks for dropping by. There's a better way of sort of watching, like, watch number 1 and then watch number 1, watch number 3, watch number 4, and then go back to number 2. Like there's an order that you can watch them a little bit different that'll actually sort of play on the timeline a little bit better. Can't watch the old ones anymore. Yeah. Juggling, thanks for dropping by as well. All right, let's oh, there's somebody new that just popped up. I follow so many people that this person just kind of popped up because of their viewer count. They're rebuilding Discord from scratch in React Native. I think we'll go back over to this channel. We haven't been over this channel in a while. We're going to go right over to that nerd. So join me on the raid over there. Make some noise. Very friendly person. Loves programming. Loves explaining what they're doing. They're doing some stuff in JavaScript. They've been building out a lot of really cool projects over there. So go join me over on that raid. I'm going to hang out for a little bit, but honestly, I've been going for 4.5 hours. My voice is a little ragged. I'm probably going to go to bed soon. But thanks, everybody. Gina, thank you for your questions as well. I hope that that my advice is helpful. And I always appreciate hearing any kind of feedback. So if you find it helpful, great. If you found it not helpful, that's also good feedback for me as well. So please know you can give me feedback anytime on that advice. We'll see you over on ODAT Nerds channel. Thanks again for coming by, and we'll catch you. Let's see, what's the date? Thursday. I'm probably going to stream Saturday, and then we'll stream again on Sunday, Monday, and then I'll be off for most next week. So we'll see you on Saturday. Cheers.